Boredom is a lie. It's not a state of being. It's not a lack of entertainment. It's a failure of purpose, a dead signal from a life disconnected from growth, from hunger, from war. You weren't born to sit in stillness. You weren't wired to coast. You were forged for pressure, for battle, for relentless becoming. So when you say you're bored, what you're really saying is that you've let your edge dull, that your mission isn't loud enough, that your soul has been lulled to sleep by the noise of comfort and the illusion of time. Because here's the raw truth. When you are locked in, truly obsessed with growth, boredom dies. There is no room for boredom in the life of someone who is building, breaking, sharpening, and rising. The mind engaged in transformation doesn't have time to feel bored. It's too consumed by creation. If you have time to be bored, you have time to build. You have time to bleed into your craft, to shape your mind, to tear your body down and rebuild it stronger. You have time to read, to write, to plan, to execute. You have time to rise above yourself. You say there's nothing to do? Then you've chosen not to look deep enough. There's always something to improve. There's always a system to tighten, a weakness to destroy, a vision to bring to life. And if you can't see it, it's because you've stopped dreaming dangerously. The most successful people, the most dangerous people, aren't waiting for excitement to arrive. They forge it with blood-stained hands. They don't pray for purpose to fall from the sky. They drag it out of the dirt. They don't wait for a sign. They become the damn signal. Every moment you spend scrolling, complaining, comparing, every second you waste waiting for life to get interesting, that's time stolen from the empire you could have been building. It's time you'll never get back. And that's not tragic. That's criminal. And you're the one holding the knife. The truth is simple and brutal. Every second you waste is a second your future self has to pay for. You want power? Earn it. You want greatness? Bleed for it. You want change? Fight for it. You want respect? Command it with action. There are no shortcuts, no saviors, no perfect moments. There's only the present, the now, and what you choose to do with it. And if you choose boredom, you've already chosen weakness. You've already lost. Let me ask you, why aren't you building something right now? Why aren't you crafting the life that keeps you up at night? What lie are you telling yourself to justify wasting time? I'm tired. Then rest with intention, not avoidance. I don't know where to start. Then start anywhere. Clarity is found in motion, not paralysis. I'm overwhelmed. Then simplify, but never stop. If you're bored, it's not because life is lacking. It's because you are. You're not dreaming big enough. You're not suffering enough. You're not committed enough. That aching emptiness you feel, that's your inner warrior pounding on the walls of your comfort zone, screaming to be unleashed. So what will it be? Another hour of nothing? Another day wasted on distractions and dopamine? Or will this be the moment you ignite? Will this be the day you draw a line in the sand and say, no more mediocrity, no more boredom, no more sleepwalking through life? Because the world doesn't pause for you to get inspired. It doesn't wait for you to feel ready. It moves ruthlessly, and it rewards the ones who move with it. Those who create without permission. Those who attack the silence with action. Those who take boredom and crush it beneath the weight of purpose. So read that book. Start that side hustle. Go to war with your weaknesses. Sharpen your mind until it cuts through fear. Push your body until it screams for mercy, and then push further. Do something every single day that your future self will look back on and say, "That was the day I became dangerous." Boredom is the enemy. Comfort is the coffin. Distraction is the drug. And you're the cure. You're the fire. You're the one who gets to choose. So choose greatness. Choose growth. Choose war. Because if you're still bored, you're not working hard enough. You're not hurting enough. You're not becoming enough. And if you keep living like this, you'll never be enough. But if you choose to rise, if you choose to suffer, if you choose to create something real, something powerful, something that lasts, then boredom will never touch you again. Because in your world, there is no time for boredom. Only time to build, to become, to break free. So stop wasting time. Build something. Be someone. Or be forgotten. The choice is yours. And it always has been. Lesson 1. Boredom is a signal, not a state. Core truth. Boredom isn't real. It's not some external condition that happens to us. It's a message from the subconscious. It's your mind whispering, "You're underutilized. You're playing small. You've stopped growing." It's not a void. It's an alarm bell. Why this matters. Most people interpret boredom as a reason to disengage, to scroll, to binge, to distract. But boredom isn't there to entertain you. It's there to provoke you. It's the emotional equivalent of rust, telling you that your tools are dull and unused, that you're out of alignment with your mission. The reframe. Every time you feel bored, shift the internal dialogue. Don't say, "I'm bored." Say, "I'm not challenging myself right now." Say, "There's a fire inside me that I'm ignoring." Say, "Something needs to be built, and I'm not building it." Let boredom fuel you, not fool you. How to implement this lesson. Step 1. Build a growth trigger list. Create a list of growth triggers you can engage in the moment boredom shows up. Divide the list into mind, body, and mission. Mind. Read 10 pages of a book. Write 500 words. Journal deep thoughts. Study something useful. Body. Do para sa push-upu. Take a cold shower. Stretch. Go for a run. Mission. Work on your business. Learn a new skill. Organize your plan. Make a call that scares you. Keep this list visible. On your wall, your phone background, or notebook. The moment boredom creeps in, you don't decide. You act. Instantly. Relentlessly. Step 2. Ask the 3 anti-boredom questions. The next time you feel bored, pause and interrogate it like a warrior would. What am I avoiding right now? Boredom is often a mask for avoidance, fear of failure, discomfort, or effort. Where am I under-challenging myself? The human brain craves stimulation, deep, focused effort. If you're not challenged, you decay. What can I do right now to get 1% better? Boredom vanishes in the presence of direction. Aim your energy. Step 3. Set a rule. No passive escapes. Make this rule unbreakable. If I'm bored, I do not escape into entertainment until I've built something first. Train your mind like a wild beast. Boredom is not a permission slip to numb out. It's a demand for construction. This reprograms your relationship with discomfort. You stop seeing it as a punishment and start seeing it as power. Mindset shift. Summary. Boredom isn't the enemy. Inaction is. Boredom is a gift, a sign that you're ready for more. Use it as a compass. When it shows up, it's pointing you toward what's missing. Chase the edge. Chase the challenge. Chase the next version of yourself. Because in a world that wastes itself in boredom, the warrior builds while others scroll. The beast grows while others wait. And the dangerous ones, they're never bored. Let boredom become your battle cry. Not, I'm bored, but I'm underutilized. Let's fix that. Now. Lesson 2. Build. Don't wait. Core truth. The world doesn't reward people who wait. It devours them. It moves forward whether you act or not. And while most people sit, scroll, and dream, the ones who build create momentum, mastery, and meaning. Waiting is just fear in disguise. Fear of failure, fear of imperfection, fear of responsibility. But here's the truth no one tells you. You don't need permission to begin. You don't need clarity to take action. And you sure as hell don't need excitement to start building. You just need to move. Why this matters? When you're not building, you're decaying. Your potential is rotting in real time. Because growth isn't automatic, it's earned. And if you're not constructing something, your body, your mind, your business, your destiny, then you're letting the world construct you into someone average. You don't wait for greatness. You build it with your bare hands. Sweat, blood, discipline, direction. How to implement this lesson. Step 1. Choose one thing to build. You don't need 10 goals. You need one obsession. One thing you can pour your time, pain, and purpose into. Choose a domain. Build your body. Start training with relentless consistency. Build your mind. Devour books. Take courses. Study like your future depends on it, because it does. Build a business, even if you're broke, even if it's small. Start, sell, create, fail, learn, evolve. Build a skill. Coding, speaking, content creation, sales, martial arts. Doesn't matter. Just pick one. Once chosen, go all in. No backups, no safety net. Let it consume your energy. Make it a non-negotiable. Step 2. Start the 30-day build challenge. For 30 days, commit to 1 hour per day of focused building. No distractions, no passive browsing, no waiting for motivation. Rules. Minimum 60 minutes of focused effort. No multitasking, no skipping, no excuses. Track your progress daily. Write down what you built, improved, or learned. This is how you rewire your identity. You stop being the person who wants to and become the person who does. Step 3. Create before you consume. Adopt this iron rule. I don't consume anything until I've created something. Before you check social media, before you dive into entertainment, before you let the world feed you, you must produce. Write, building record, train, solve, put something real into the world. Then you can consume, if you even feel like it anymore. This puts you back in control. You go from passive consumer to active creator. Step 4. Embrace imperfection and move. Anyway, most people wait for the perfect plan, the perfect timing, or the perfect product before they move. And that's why they never do. Here's the truth. Action breeds clarity. Progress beats perfection. You get better by doing, not by thinking. Whatever it is, start it badly. Let it suck. Let it be ugly. Just don't stay still. Mindset shift. Summary. You weren't born to wait. You were born to build. Every day you wait is a day someone else gets ahead. You either create the life you want or accept the one you're given. No one's coming to tell you it's time. It's already time. Build like your future depends on it. Because it does. Start now. Stay obsessed. Don't look back. Because the ones who win in this life, they're not the smartest. They're not the luckiest. They're the ones who build when everyone else is watching and waiting. Lesson 3. Treat time like a weapon. Core truth. Time is either a weapon in your hands or a blade pressed against your throat. There is no neutral ground. Every second that ticks away is either building your future or bleeding it dry. But here's the dark truth. Most people don't lose to lack of talent, opportunity, or intelligence. They lose to time misused. Wasted time is the silent killer. Death by 1,000 scrolls, by endless hesitation, by doing what's easy over what's necessary. And the most brutal part? You can't get a single second back. Ever. Why this matters? People treat time like it's unlimited, like they have lifetimes to figure it out. But you don't. You don't have time to waste on doubt, drama, or delay. Because right now, someone with less than you is outworking you. Someone with fewer resources is building the life you say you want. You want to win? Make time your blade, not your coffin. How to implement this lesson? Step 1. Audit your time, like a ruthless CEO. For the next 3 days, document everything you do in 15 to 30-minute blocks. Be honest, brutal, detailed. Write it down. Scrolled TikTok, 42 minutes. Watched YouTube with no purpose, 1 hour. Worked on business, 23 minutes. Once the 3 days are over, review your time like a sniper hunting weakness. Highlight the dead hours, the stolen minutes. Now calculate how many of those you gave away for nothing. Action step. Total up the wasted time. Multiply it by 30 days. Now ask, what could I have built in that time? This should feel uncomfortable. Let it. Step 2. Design a time-slaying battle plan. After your audit, restructure your days into time weapon blocks, preset blocks of time used for mission-critical tasks only. Divide your day into attack time, deep work, no distractions, all focus, all growth. Defense time, recovery, training, intentional rest, exercise, strategy. Warrior time, learning and mastery, reading, studying, skill building. Action step, schedule your day like it matters, because it does. Use timers, use a whiteboard, use whatever keeps you accountable. You don't need more time, you need more focus per hour. Step 3, set a no-waste hour. Every day, choose 1 hour a day where wasting time is forbidden. No notifications, no entertainment, no mental drift. Use it to build your business, write your story, train your body, study your craft. If you commit to just 1 focused hour a day for a year, that's 365 hours of pure transformation. That's enough time to change your life forever. Step 4. Live by the time for time rule. From now on, trade every moment you spend with this mindset. If I give this time away, what am I getting back in return? If you scroll for 30 minutes, did it make you sharper? If you binge for 2 hours, did it make you stronger? If you sleep in late, did it get you closer to freedom? Every action is an investment or a leak. Plug the leaks. Double the investments. Mindset shift. Summary. You don't find time. You take it back by force. You don't run out of time. You waste it until there's nothing left. You don't get behind. You chose distractions over discipline. Time is the greatest asset you'll ever own until it turns against you. And the most terrifying thing, you never know when your last hour will come. So treat every single one like it could be the final round. Because one day it will be. Lesson 4. Take ruthless responsibility. Core truth. No one is coming to save you. Not your parents, not your friends, not society, no mentor, no government, no higher power is going to hand you the life you want. And until you accept that, fully, ruthlessly, you'll keep bleeding power into the void. You are not a victim of circumstance. You are a product of your response to circumstance. Your life right now is the direct result of your decisions, your discipline, your direction, or the lack of all three. Once you take ruthless responsibility, everything changes. You go from blaming life to building it, from waiting for better conditions to creating better conditions. Why this matters? You cannot change what you don't own, and you cannot own your future if you're still blaming the past. Responsibility isn't a burden. It's your escape route from mediocrity. The second you take full ownership, you gain the one thing most people never find: control. And the cold truth? The world doesn't care about your excuses. It only responds to your output. If you're broke, take responsibility. If you're weak, take responsibility. If you're lost, behind, scattered, distracted, unmotivated, take responsibility. Because until you do, you're just a passenger in your own life. And passengers don't steer, they crash. How to implement this lesson? Step 1. Burn the blame list. Write down everything you've blamed lately. Your job, your upbringing, the economy, your mental state, lack of time, other people. Now cross out every excuse and write this in bold underneath. If I don't like it, I either change it or I stay weak. Make that your creed, your mantra, your line in the sand. Step 2. Use the mirror method. Every time something goes wrong or feels off, look in the mirror and ask, what did I do to contribute to this? What can I control right now? What must I do to fix it? No dodging, no whining, no finger pointing. Whether you feel like it or not, whether it's fair or not, own it, because that's where the power is. Step 3. Create a daily accountability ritual. End each day by asking yourself, did I execute today like someone who's building a legacy? Where did I make excuses instead of progress? What can I do better tomorrow, no matter what happens around me? Write it down, track it, live it. This is how warriors self-correct. Daily, relentlessly. Step 4. Stop waiting for the right time. The most dangerous lie in the world is, I'll start when I feel ready, when life calms down, when motivation hits, when the timing is perfect. No, you don't wait for the right moment. You make it right through action. Start now. Sloppy, scared, uncertain, doesn't matter. Ownership means you move anyway, even when it hurts, especially when it hurts. Mindset shift. Summary. Excuses are nothing but stories that keep you broke and stuck. Responsibility is the sword that cuts through fear, victimhood, and doubt. Taking ownership doesn't mean blaming yourself. It means empowering yourself. You can either keep blaming everything outside of you and stay exactly where you are, or take ruthless responsibility and become the architect of your own transformation. So ask yourself, what am I tolerating right now that I have the power to change? Then go change it, ruthlessly, without hesitation. Because in the end, life only respects the one who says, if I must suffer to rise, then so be it. I'm ready. Lesson 5. Suffer now or suffer forever. Core truth. Suffering is not optional. You will suffer. The only question is when and why. You can suffer now, on purpose. Wake up early. Train through the pain. Discipline your mind. Work when it's boring. Grind when you're tired. Sacrifice comfort for something bigger. Or you can avoid the pain today. Numb yourself with distractions. Run from the hard choices. And wake up years from now with nothing but regret. The body you wanted? Gone. The business you dreamed of? Never built. The potential you had? Wasted. The time? Spent on nothing. Because the pain you avoid today becomes the prison you live in tomorrow. Why this matters? We live in a world that sells comfort as the ultimate goal. But comfort is a drug. It numbs the hunger. It kills the edge. It robs you of the violence of self-respect. People run from suffering like it's something to fear. But the elite, the dangerous, the uncommon, they run toward it. Because they understand a brutal truth. The pain you endure in pursuit of greatness will never hurt as much as the pain of staying mediocre. How to implement this lesson? Step 1. Embrace a daily dose of chosen suffering. Choose one thing every single day that challenges your limits. Cold shower, hard workout, writing when your brain is fried, studying instead of sleeping in, making that painful call, working on your mission. Even when no one sees. It doesn't have to be huge, but it has to hurt a little. Why? Because chosen suffering sharpens your will. It reminds you, I don't run, I rise. Step 2. Write a future regret letter. Sit down and write a letter from your future self. If you continue living soft, if you avoid pain, if you choose comfort every day, let it bleed. What did you miss out on? Who did you let down? What kind of life did you settle for? Now read that letter whenever you feel tempted to quit, to coast, to give in. Let regret become your fuel, not your fate. Step 3. Track the pain to progress ratio. Each night ask yourself, what did I do today that was difficult? What pain did I willingly endure? How did it grow me? Even just 1%. Pain without purpose is suffering, but pain with direction is progress. Track it like a warrior counting scars, not for pity, but for proof that you're becoming unbreakable. Step 4. Replace the word hard with necessary. From now on, eliminate the excuse that something is too hard. Instead, tell yourself, it's not hard. It's necessary. It's not hard to train at 5 a.m. It's necessary. It's not hard to delay gratification. It's necessary. It's not hard to work when no one's clapping. It's necessary. Because everything you want lives on the other side of the suffering you refuse to face. Mindset shift. Summary. You can suffer the pain of growth or the pain of staying the same. You can suffer now with purpose, or suffer forever in regret. There is no third option. There is no escape. Those who suffer now, intentionally, relentlessly, gain everything. The respect, the freedom, the power, the legacy. Those who avoid it, they get nothing but a quiet life of what-ifs and a grave full of potential. So decide now. Will you suffer with discipline or decay in comfort? Because the moment you choose pain over pleasure, sacrifice over ease, discomfort over distraction, that's the moment the world starts to fear you. That's the moment you go from drifting to dominating, from passive to predator, from human to weapon. To the returning warriors of the GrimFace movement, welcome back. You already know what this is. No fluff, no lies, just raw truth and the fire to burn away weakness. You've chosen the path of pain, purpose, and relentless progress, and for that, respect. Keep pushing. Keep building. The world fears those who suffer on purpose, and you've already begun. And for the new ones, if this message pierced something deep inside you, if you're tired of mediocrity, tired of comfort, tired of waiting, then this is your call. Subscribe, join the movement. But understand, this isn't for the soft. This is for the black sheep, the outliers, the ones who would rather bleed than blend in. GrimFace is more than content. It's a war cry, a reminder that you weren't born to follow. You were born to conquer. So if you're ready to build, if you're ready to suffer now, so you never suffer again, welcome to the fight. GrimFace. We don't wait for power, we become it. There are some of us, few of us, who were born different. Not better, not broken, just different. From the beginning, we felt the hum of the world beneath its noise. We sensed things others ignored, picked up vibrations that had no name, saw sadness hiding behind smiles, rage behind polite tones, despair in the silence. We were the children who asked too many questions, who stared too long, who cried when the room didn't feel right, not because of what was said, but because of what was not. We grew into adults who carry invisible weights, not from failure or weakness, but from awareness, an unbearable awareness of every fracture, every tension, every unspoken truth lurking beneath the surface of this overly bright, artificially calm world. They call us too sensitive. They call us too intense, too much. But they don't understand what it costs to live this way, to feel everything. It's not a switch you can turn off. It's not a choice. It's not a flaw. It's a way of being in the world that doesn't fit into the script they handed us. While most people walk through life wearing armor made of numbness, we walk around with open wounds, not because we want to, but because our soul refuses to shut its eyes. And that's the difference. We see, we feel, we remember, not just events, but the emotional imprints they leave behind. We notice the pauses in conversation that signal what someone isn't saying. We feel the sorrow beneath the laughter. We detect the fractures in people's spirits, the scars they've forgotten to hide. We're not just emotional, we're tuned in. Our nervous systems act like antennas, absorbing every signal, every frequency, from words to body language, from colors to chaos. We feel the room before we speak in it. We feel the pain before it's ever spoken aloud. And that is exhausting in a way most can't comprehend. We don't tire from doing too much. We tire from being too present, from constantly digesting emotional noise the world has long stopped hearing, from carrying the ache of other people's suffering as if it were written into our own DNA. We're expected to function like everyone else. Show up, smile, nod, shake hands, make small talk. But every interaction is a storm. Every errand is a performance. Every social setting is an environment laced with overstimulation and pretense. We aren't designed for shallow living. We're wired for depth, for meaning, for truth. And so the world becomes a hostile place, not because it's attacking us directly, but because it demands a rhythm we were never meant to dance to. And when we try, when we fake the lightness, it fractures us further. The dissonance between what we feel and what the world expects us to fake becomes unbearable. And we begin to question ourselves, why am I like this? Why can't I be easier? Why does everything hurt? But it's not a malfunction. It's your depth. And the deeper you are, the harder it is to swim in the shallows of society. Carl Jung called this the path of individuation, becoming who you truly are by diving beneath the mask. And this path is not for the faint of heart. It demands pain. It demands solitude. It demands facing the parts of yourself the world never had time to meet. Most people are sleepwalking. They live on autopilot. They want easy answers, instant fixes, bite-sized truths. But you You are awake. You feel every inch of your existence. And that makes you dangerous. Because someone who feels too much sees too much. And society doesn't want that. It doesn't want mirrors. It wants conformity. It wants masks. It wants simple, palatable, and obedient souls who follow the program. But you're not programmable. You're not scalable. You're not marketable in the way they want. Because you bring the full force of presence into a room. And that presence makes people uncomfortable. Why? Because it forces them to feel, to question, to remember. And so, you begin to hide. You start to dilute yourself. You wear the mask to avoid rejection. You smile when you're dying inside. You soften your voice, mute your feelings, dumb yourself down, just to be tolerable, just to be liked, just to be allowed to exist. But each time you do that, you betray yourself. Each time you silence your truth to preserve harmony, you create disharmony within. Each time you edit your soul for comfort, you carve away your essence. And that's why you're tired. Not because life is hard, but because living falsely is soul murder. The body carries what the mind cannot express. That tight chest, that fatigue that doesn't leave after 10 hours of sleep, that ache in your shoulders, the restlessness in your stomach, the fog in your brain. It's not laziness. It's emotional overload. It's your body screaming what your voice was never allowed to say. And still, the world tells you to relax, to lighten up, to not take things so seriously. But how can you take life lightly when you see its depth? You can't unfeel. You can't unsee. You can't calm down when the storm is inside of you. What you need is not more distraction, not more noise, not more pressure to adapt. What you need is permission. Permission to be, to feel, to hurt, to express, to exist fully without apology. You don't need to be healed. You need to be heard. You need to be seen. You need to be met, not with pity, but with presence. Martin Buber said that true existence is born in the space between I and thou. That's what you crave. Not followers, not approval, not applause. You crave realness. A conversation that pierces the surface. A connection that doesn't require you to play pretend. A silence that feels safe. A gaze that welcomes the truth of who you are. That is not a weakness. That is not neediness. That is humanity. And the fact that it's rare doesn't make you wrong. It makes you necessary. Because the world is drowning in superficiality. And souls like yours are lifeboats. So if you've been made to feel broken, let me tell you something. You are not broken. You are whole in a world that wants pieces. You are deep in a culture that rewards shallow. You're awake in a system that thrives on sedation. Yes, the journey is lonely. Yes, you will lose people. Yes, your intensity will scare them. But the ones who stay, the ones who recognize you, those are your tribe, your real family. They're out there, feeling too much, bleeding in silence, waiting for someone like you to speak first. So speak, even if your voice shakes, even if no one listens at first. Speak, because every time you do, you carve a path through the dark for someone else to follow. You're not here to fit in. You're here to break molds. You're here to remind the world of what it's forgotten. That feeling is not a flaw. It is a force. And if it hurts, let it hurt. Don't numb it. Don't run. Let it shape you. Because your pain is not pointless. It is the friction required to birth authenticity. It is the weight that forges warriors of truth. Carl Jung said, "He who looks outside dreams. He who looks inside awakens." And you are already awake. Stay that way. even if it costs you comfort, even if it costs you company, even if it costs you everything that once felt familiar. Because in the end, the only thing more dangerous than feeling too much is never feeling enough. And that is the world's disease, not yours. You, with your open heart, with your bleeding soul, with your unbearable truth, you are not the problem. You are the answer. So walk through this world as you are, unfiltered, unapologetic, unbreakable, because what you feel too deeply is exactly what the world has forgotten how to see, and it's time to remind them. Before anything can be transformed, it must be seen clearly. Most people who carry emotional depth and heightened sensitivity live with an unspoken shame, a belief that something about them is wrong, too heavy, too intense for this world. This belief doesn't come from within. It is taught, implied, reinforced over and over through rejection, invalidation, and the silent but persistent message, you are too much. The first step in this process of reclaiming your power is simple, yet profound. Stop apologizing for who you are. This isn't just about words. It's about the posture you carry into life, the way you shrink yourself in rooms that cannot hold your truth, the way you soften your voice when speaking about things that matter, the way you look away, laugh it off, brush it aside when you're asked how you really feel. No, more of that. This lesson is about breaking the lifelong habit of spiritual self-betrayal and stepping into the unapologetic truth of your nature, because you cannot heal what you are still trying to hide. Key principles. 1. Your sensitivity is not a defect. The world has pathologized sensitivity, as if feeling deeply is something to be cured or managed. But sensitivity is awareness. Sensitivity is depth. Sensitivity is perception on a frequency most people are too dulled to receive. Your sensitivity is a mirror of your soul's integrity. It is your superpower. 2. Rejection has nothing to do with your value. When you were dismissed, mocked, or misunderstood for expressing your emotions, you internalized the idea that your truth was inconvenient. That was never true. Their discomfort does not reflect your worth. It reflects their limits. 3. Apologizing for who you are is learned behavior. You were not born apologizing for your emotions. You were taught to. Through the disapproval of parents, peers, partners, teachers, the lesson was loud and clear. You must tone it down to be loved. But that lesson was a lie, a dangerous one, and it must be unlearned. Practices for integration. First daily mirror declaration. Every morning, look into your own eyes and say, I will not apologize for the way I feel. My emotions are valid. My sensitivity is power. I honor it. I trust it. I embody it. Say it even if it feels forced. Say it especially when you don't believe it yet. Your nervous system needs to hear you stop betraying yourself. 2. Reclaim your story. Write a short narrative of the 3 earliest memories you have of being told you were too much. Then rewrite each one from the perspective of your empowered self. Example. Original memory. I cried at a funeral and was told to stop being dramatic. Rewritten. I was the only one brave enough to feel what everyone else suppressed. I honored the moment with truth. Do this until the shame begins to unravel and a new identity takes shape. 3. Create an apology jar. Every time you find yourself apologizing for something that isn't wrong, your feelings, your opinions, your presence, write it down on a small slip of paper. Put it in a jar. At the end of the week, Read them all and ask yourself, would I expect someone I love to apologize for this? This ritual will reveal how often you betray your essence for comfort and begin to shift the habit at its root. Affirmations for deprogramming. Repeat these daily, aloud or in writing, preferably during transitional moments, before sleep, upon waking, after emotional interactions. I am not too much. I am exactly as deep as I need to be. My feelings are data. I trust them. I do not need to explain my sensitivity to those unwilling to understand. My depth is not a flaw. It is a compass. I release the need to shrink. I do not chase comfort. I honor truth. I am no longer available for self-erasure. Shadow work prompts. Spend 15 to 30 minutes reflecting or journaling on one of these each day this week. What parts of myself do I believe are too much for others? When did I first learn to hide how I feel? Whose approval am I still trying to earn by being smaller than I am? What would it look like to live without apology? If I showed up as my full self, what might I lose? And what might I gain? Closing reflection. You do not owe the world a version of yourself that makes others comfortable. You are not born to fit in. You are born to feel, to see, to pierce illusions with your presence. If the cost of acceptance is self-abandonment, then the price is too high. This lesson is not about arrogance. It's about alignment. It's about the sacred act of ceasing to seek approval from systems and people who never saw you clearly. This is where it begins. Not with fixing, not with changing, but with remembering. You were never too much. You were never the problem. You're not here to apologize. You are here to be. When you feel everything, you carry more than your fair share. Not because you want to, but because your body, your mind, your spirit were designed without filters. You absorb energy like a sponge in a flood. You walk into rooms and inherit the tension. You listen to someone's voice and feel the fracture behind the words. You leave conversations more exhausted than when you arrived. And for years, maybe decades, you've mistaken this exhaustion for weakness. No, it's not weakness. It's the cost of being awake in a world built for numbness. But here's the truth most people will never tell you. You cannot carry everything. Not and stay whole. Not and stay sane. Not and keep your soul intact. You must learn the most sacred skill someone with depth can master. Boundary. Boundaries are not walls. They are filters. They are the way you tell the world, this is sacred ground. Enter only with respect. Without boundaries, your emotional life becomes a public road, open to every passing storm. This lesson is about building a life that doesn't drain the very energy you need to stay alive. It's about preserving your inner fire without smothering it. Because a soul like yours doesn't burn out from lack of passion. It burns out from overexposure. Key principles. 1. Feeling everything doesn't mean you must carry everything. You are capable of deep empathy. That doesn't mean you're responsible for healing everyone's wounds. The world will hand you its pain and demand your silence in return. No, you are not a dumping ground. You are not a reservoir for other people's chaos. 2. Boundaries are not rejection. They are reverence. Saying no is not cruelty. It's clarity. It is a sacred act of self-respect. The people who truly value you will never demand that you self-destruct to keep them comfortable. 3. Overgiving is not generosity. It's self-abandonment. If you're constantly giving at the expense of your own well-being, it's not compassion. It's erasure. And eventually, You begin to resent the very people you once loved to help. Not because they asked too much, but because you gave too much, without asking yourself if it was sustainable. Practices for integration. 1. The energy audit. For 1 week, track your interactions. People, places, tasks. After each one, rate your energy level from 1 to 10. Ask, did this drain me or feed me? Was I energized or depleted? Was this connection mutual, or was I bleeding into silence? At the end of the week, review the data. Patterns will emerge. So will decisions. 2. The sacred number. Practice saying no without justification. Not no because, just no, that doesn't work for me. Or no, I'm not available for that. Then stop. Let the silence speak for itself. Let discomfort do its job. You are not here to manage how others feel about your boundaries. 3. Define your emotional safe zones. Ask yourself, where do I feel safe to feel? Who listens to me without judgment? What activities restore me instead of draining me? Then make these non-negotiable. Protect them. Guard them like you would guard oxygen in a fire. Affirmations for protection. Say these out loud, write them down, or repeat them before entering any emotionally demanding situation. I am not available for emotional theft. My energy is sacred. I do not owe it to everyone. I can care deeply and still choose myself. My worth is not measured by how much I endure. I do not betray myself for peace that isn't real. My presence is a gift, not an obligation. I protect my space to preserve my soul. Boundary work prompts. Use these prompts in your journal or meditation practice. Where in my life am I allowing others to overstep my emotional limits? What parts of me go silent in order to keep the peace? Who drains me, and why am I still allowing it? When I say yes to others, what part of myself am I saying no to? What would it look like to live without guilt over protecting my energy? The shift. You don't need to become cold. You need to become clear. You don't need to isolate. You need to discriminate between what gives life and what devours it. People will call you distant, uncaring, guarded. Let them. What they don't understand is that you've spent years burning for people who never brought you water. You've collapsed in rooms trying to hold up walls that were never yours to carry. Now, it's your turn to stop leaking, to stop bleeding out every time someone else can't hold their own pain, to stop apologizing for building gates around the sacred ground of your soul. You were never meant to be wide open to everything. That is not sensitivity. It's exposure. That is not compassion. It's martyrdom. The world has taught you that to love deeply is to suffer constantly. No. To love deeply is to honor your limits, to know where your presence begins and where your energy must end. If your soul is to remain alive, if your fire is to keep burning, then boundaries are not optional. They are vital. You cannot illuminate the world if you're burned out from trying to carry it. Protect your light, guard your depth, and never again trade your inner peace for outer approval. You've spent years silencing yourself, not because you lacked the words, but because the world taught you that your truth was too much. You were told to tone it down, to let it go, to not take it so seriously. So you swallowed your words. You edited your thoughts. You dimmed your voice until the silence started to sound like safety. But silence isn't safety. It's suffocation. And over time, that suppression becomes a prison. This lesson is about unlocking your voice, not just the one that speaks, but the one that reveals, the one that dares to speak unfiltered truth in a world addicted to comfort. Because your voice is not noise. It's not drama. It's medicine. But only if you stop choking it down. Key principles. 1. Your voice is an extension of your soul. When you silence your truth, you fragment your spirit. Every word you hold back to be liked, every truth you dilute to keep the peace, chips away at your sense of self. Your voice is not just how you speak, it's how you exist. 2. Self-expression is self-liberation. Expression isn't about being heard by others. It's about releasing what you carry. You speak, write, create, not for validation, but for survival. Because what isn't expressed festers. 3. Speaking your truth will cost you, but silence costs more. Yes, people may flinch. Yes, relationships may shift. But what you stand to gain is greater than what you fear to lose. When you speak as your true self, you stop living for acceptance and start living in alignment. Practices for integration. 1. The 7-Day Truth Challenge. For 1 week, commit to saying one honest thing each day that you normally wouldn't. It can be small. I'm actually not okay. That comment hurt me. I need space. Say it calmly, clearly, without apology. Then breathe through the discomfort. Let the truth land. Let it reshape the space around you. 2. Uncensored journaling. Create a journal that no one will ever read but you. Title it, The Words I Was Never Allowed to Say. Each day, write as if no one is watching. No editing, no filtering, no explaining. Speak the unspeakable. Let the paper absorb what the world refused to hear. 3rd Voice activation ritual. At the start of each day, go somewhere private. Out loud, speak 5 sentences that feel real. Even if your voice shakes. Even if they're ugly. The goal isn't eloquence, it's release. Examples. I'm angry and I don't want to hide it. I'm afraid I'll never be understood. I want to stop pretending I'm okay. Let your body feel the vibration of truth as it leaves your mouth. Affirmations for voice reclamation. Speak these aloud each morning. Write them down at night. I do not silence myself to keep others comfortable. My truth is not optional. I release shame around my voice. I deserve to speak, to feel, to exist without restraint. My words are sacred. They will not be edited for approval. I am not too intense. I am honest. I will not die with my soul still unspoken. Shadow work prompts. Use these to uncover the hidden blocks to your expression. When did I first learn that my voice was dangerous? Who taught me to be quiet in order to be loved? What am I most afraid of saying out loud? And why? What would I sound like if I weren't afraid of rejection? What masks do I wear to survive? And what are they hiding? The shift. You were not born soft-spoken. You were made that way by a world that couldn't hold your magnitude. But the truth? Your voice is not a threat. It is a signal to others like you who are still buried in silence. When you speak your truth, you grant others permission to do the same. And no, not everyone will be ready. Not everyone will stay. Some will retreat. Some will mock. Some will turn cold. Let them. You're not here to be decoded by the masses. You're here to echo the unspeakable. Expression is not performance. It is presence. It is the courage to undress your soul in daylight. You've been trained to believe that your voice must always be pleasant, that your truth must be gentle, that your presence must never disturb the water. But still water is where things go to die. Still water is silence turned into a grave. You are not here to keep things quiet. You are here to bring the storm. The longer you wait to speak, the more your body carries what your soul was meant to release. It's time to return to your voice, to remember that it was never made to be buried under politeness and fear. Say it, all of it, even if no one claps, even if no one stays, because the sound of your truth is the first step in remembering who you are. You have spent a lifetime divided. One part of you that the world sees, polished, composed, pleasant, and another part that lives in hiding, raw, intuitive, honest, real. This fragmentation didn't happen overnight. It was gradual. It began with small concessions. A laugh when something wasn't funny. A nod when you wanted to scream. A silence when your soul was begging to speak. You became many versions of yourself to survive. The agreeable one. The quiet one. The strong one. The one who has it together. But somewhere along the way, you began to lose touch with the version that mattered most. The true one. And now, you wonder why you feel so hollow, so disconnected, so misaligned. It's because you are still living in pieces. And this lesson is about calling all of them home. This is about integration, about remembering what you buried, about reclaiming every part of yourself you silenced in order to belong. Because belonging that demands your fragmentation is not belonging. It's bondage. Key principles. 1. The world rewards masks, but masks kill the soul. You were taught to be agreeable, not authentic, to be likable, not real. But every time you contort your truth to maintain harmony, you lose connection with yourself. You begin to live as a curated version of who you think you're supposed to be. That is not a life. It's a performance. 2. Integration is the only path to wholeness. Healing isn't about becoming someone new. It's about retrieving the parts of yourself you abandoned. The wild part, the emotional part, the shadowy part. You don't need to fix yourself. You need to reunite with yourself. 3. Fragmentation creates suffering. Wholeness creates peace. When you live in pieces, your internal compass stops working. You say yes when you mean no. You feel joy but can't access it. You feel pain but don't know where it's coming from. Your life becomes misaligned, and your body carries the cost. Practices for integration. 1. The wholeness map. Draw 2 large circles. Label 1, what I show the world. Label the other, what I hide from the world. Fill each circle with words, traits, thoughts, memories, emotions. Be brutally honest. Now draw a 3rd circle, what I want to bring into the light. This is your bridge. This is where the healing begins. 2. Reclaim the silenced parts. Make a list of the things you've been told were too much, inappropriate, embarrassing, or unacceptable about yourself. Then one by one, write a love letter to each of them. Example. To my anger, thank you for trying to protect me when no one else would. To my sensitivity, you saw what others chose to ignore. You are not weakness. You are my radar. This process reclaims what you've been taught to disown. 3rd shadow. Integration. Ritual. Choose one unacceptable part of yourself to work with each week. Sit in a quiet place. Close your eyes. Imagine that part sitting across from you. Ask, what do you want to tell me? What are you afraid of? What do you need from me to feel safe again? Listen. Write it down. That is your reintroduction to yourself. Affirmations for wholeness. Speak them slowly. Let them land. I no longer abandon parts of myself for acceptance. I am not here to be palatable. I am here to be whole. I forgive myself for wearing the mask. Every part of me is worthy of love. What I used to hide, I now choose to honor. I do not shrink to survive anymore. Wholeness is my birthright, I claim it now. Shadow work prompts. Dig deep. Write without censorship. What parts of me have I disowned in order to be loved? Who told me I needed to be different to be acceptable? What emotions do I suppress the most, and why? What role have I been playing to avoid rejection? What would my life look like if I allowed myself to be all of me? The shift. Integration is not comfortable. It requires you to confront everything you've buried. The rage, the grief, the longing, the raw power of the self you left behind. But comfort is not the goal. Truth is. And truth will not live in silence. It will not rest in fragments. When you start to live from wholeness, you stop shape-shifting to earn love. You stop fearing rejection. You stop negotiating your value with people who can't see you. No. You rise. You show up full. You walk into rooms without armor. Not because it's safe, but because it's real. Closing reflection. You were never meant to live split in half. Half expressive, half repressed. Half visible, half hidden. Half human, half ghost. You are not here to play roles. You are here to live unmasked. Yes, the world may not know what to do with your wholeness. Yes, it will flinch at your fullness. But your job is not to be manageable. Your job is to be true. Integration means you stop asking, who do I need to be accepted? And start asking, who am I when I am no longer afraid to be seen? And that is when life begins. Not a life of convenience, but a life of congruence. Not a life of performing, but a life of belonging to yourself. Welcome home. By now you've begun to see it. Your sensitivity is not your weakness. Your emotional intensity is not your shame. Your complexity is not your curse. It's your weapon. It's your map. It's your gift. But only if you stop running from it. Only if you stop diluting it. Only if you stop apologizing for it. Because this world will not hand you space for your truth. You must carve it. With your words. With your boundaries. With your presence. And most of all, with your willingness to live fully awake in a world that rewards numbness. This final lesson is not about healing for the sake of comfort. It's about transcendence. It's about taking the raw, wild truth of who you are and wielding it with conscious intent. This is the moment where you stop surviving your sensitivity and start leading with it. Key principles. 1. Depth is a responsibility. You were given this level of perception for a reason. You see more. You feel more. You understand more. That means your responsibility is greater. Not to save others, not to carry their weight, but to embody what the rest of the world tries to escape. The full spectrum of being human. To walk through the fire, not because you enjoy the pain, but because you were born with the ability to return from it, changed, forged, and carrying wisdom others don't even know exists. 2. Emotional intensity is creative fuel. Pain that isn't expressed becomes poison. But when it is given form, through words, through art, through presence, it becomes power. What feels unbearable within you is often the seed of something transformational. Your job is not to escape it. Your job is to use it. 3. The world needs depth, even if it rejects it. Shallow systems collapse. Fake lives unravel. Surface-level connections rot from within. People are starving for something real, even if they don't know how to receive it. Your depth is not what separates you. It's what the world is waiting for, but only from someone strong enough to stand in it unapologetically. Practices for integration. 1. Choose your medium. Your intensity must go somewhere. Choose a sacred outlet, something creative, physical, expressive, or spiritual. If you write, write uncensored truth. If you speak, say what others fear to voice. If you move, let your body carry your soul into motion. If you build, make it reflect your inner world. Don't create for validation. Create to witness yourself. Create to alchemize pain into presence. 2. Build a life that can hold your soul. Stop forcing yourself into environments that diminish you. Your job, your relationships, your routines. Ask yourself daily, does this give me life or drain it? Is there room for my whole self here? And if the answer is no, then stop molding yourself to fit cages you were never meant to live in. Burn what needs to be burned. Walk away when the cost is your soul. 3. Mentor the parts of you that once felt powerless. You've been through things. You've survived yourself. Now, close your eyes and imagine the version of you who was still lost, still shrinking, still afraid, still apologizing for their existence. Now become what that version of you needed. Speak to them. Show them how far you've come. Then take their hand and bring them forward with you. Affirmations for embodied power. These are not soft declarations. They are commitments. I will no longer apologize for my depth. I lead with it. My pain has been transmuted into power. I walk in truth, even if it makes others uncomfortable. I will not abandon my soul to belong. I choose presence over approval. I do not suppress. I express, this world may never understand me, but it will feel me. I am not broken. I am becoming. Shadow work prompts. Transcendence requires courage. Start here. What part of my power have I been afraid to claim? Where have I been waiting for permission to be fully myself? What in me has survived every storm I've faced? What does it mean for me to live from my soul rather than my mask? How can I build a life that honors my full range, not just my performance? The shift. There's a moment in every transformation when the old life no longer fits. Not because it was always wrong, but because you've outgrown it. You're there now. You can't shrink back into numbness. You can't unsee what you've seen. You can't unread the language of energy and emotion. You can't unknow the truth of who you are. No. The only path now is forward. Not toward some fantasy of healing that erases your pain, but toward a reality where your pain becomes a resource, a compass, a guide, a flame. You are no longer here to be palatable. You are here to impact. And to do that, you must step into the totality of who you are. All of it. The depth, the fire, the contradiction, the scars, the soul that never stopped beating, even when you felt invisible. Closing reflection. Transcendence is not about floating above the world. It's about entering it fully, with eyes wide open, heart exposed, and soul untamed. It's about living as a whole being in a society of fragments. It's about creating light without denying the dark. It's about walking through this world as someone who feels everything and still chooses to stay awake. Not for their comfort, but for your freedom. You are no longer here to perform. You are here to embody, to live, to lead, to remind others what it means to feel. Because when you stop fearing your depth, you become a force the world cannot ignore. You are not broken. You are awake. And now, you are unstoppable. To those who return week after week, the GrimFace warriors walking through the fire with us, thank you. You are the reason this movement exists. You are proof that even in a world drowning in surface and silence, there are still those who feel deeply, stand firmly, and refuse to disappear. This space was built for you, for the black sheep, the misfits, the ones who carry scars like armor and turn their pain into power. And if you're new here, welcome to the edge. This isn't a channel. It's a resistance, a rebellion against numbness, a call to depth, to discipline, to authentic existence. So if something inside you stirred, if you felt seen, even for a moment, don't let that fade. Subscribe. Join the movement. Stand with us. Because the world doesn't need more noise. It needs warriors of truth. This is GrimFace, and we're just getting started. Before we go any further, I want you to realize something most people never even think about until it's too late. Over 150,000 people didn't wake up this morning. Let that sink in. That's the average number of people who take their final breath every single day. Some of them were young, some were old, some were healthy, some had plans, dreams, families, things left unsaid, things left undone. But death didn't ask for their permission. It came anyway. And here you are, still breathing, still walking this earth, still given one more shot to make something of it all. You didn't earn this morning. You weren't promised today. But you got it anyway. You are one of the lucky ones. And if those 150,000 souls could speak to you right now, do you know what they'd say? They'd beg for one more moment, one more sunrise, one more laugh, one more fight, one more chance to become the version of themselves they always dreamed of, but never became. And you have exactly that. A brand new day, a fresh opportunity, another chance to rise, no matter how broken, no matter how lost, no matter how hard life has hit you. So what are you going to do with it? Complain? Quit? Wait for something better? Or are you finally going to take control and become something stronger than your circumstances? Because the truth is, life won't always go as planned. Things will go wrong. People will fail you. But you're still alive. And while you're alive, you're not done. Now breathe deep. Hold your head up and listen closely, because what comes next might just change everything. Life is not fair. It's not supposed to be. And if you're still waiting for it to make sense, to play by your rules, or to reward your effort with predictable results, you're going to be disappointed again, and again, and again. Because the truth is this: life doesn't owe you anything. Plans will collapse. People you love will leave. Opportunities you chased will vanish. And all your carefully constructed dreams can be reduced to dust in the blink of an eye. This is the battlefield we were born into. And here's the cold reality. No one escapes the storm. Not the rich, not the wise, not the holy, not the brave. Every one of us will be tested. Not once, not twice, but over and over again. And the test isn't in whether you fall. The test is in whether you stand back up with a smile on your face. Because here's the secret that the strong have learned. A truth forged in pain and sharpened by fire. Your power is not found in perfection. Your power is found in response. When the world slaps you across the face, when people betray you, when you feel like screaming into the void, that's the moment your strength is revealed. You can panic. You can rage. You can drown in self-pity and say, "Why me?" Or you can smile And no, I don't mean a fake smile. Not some forced mask you wear to convince others you're okay. I mean the smile that comes from depth, from knowing who you are, from understanding that the storm isn't the enemy, it's the forge. And you were made to be reforged. A smile in the middle of chaos is not weakness. It's not delusion. It's not surrender. It's the purest form of defiance. It says, you can hit me. You can strip everything from me, but you cannot control me. It's a message to life, to the pain, to the universe itself. I'm still here, and I'm not breaking. Most people lose their power the moment things don't go their way. They fall apart when life doesn't obey their plans. But guess what? Life doesn't care about your plan. Life has its own rhythm, its own path, and you either flow with it, or you drown in your own resistance. When you smile in the face of adversity, you're not ignoring reality. You're mastering it. You're choosing strength over stress, patience over panic, clarity over chaos. You're saying, I will not be defined by this moment. I will define it. Do you think the most successful, the most resilient, the most unstoppable people had it easy? No. They just didn't waste time asking why it happened. They asked, what now? They adapted. They shifted. They stood tall even when everything around them burned. And they did it with a quiet, burning smile. Not because they enjoyed the pain, but because they knew what that pain would create. It's easy to smile when life is good. It takes nothing to smile when you're comfortable, when you're winning, when the world is giving you applause. But smiling when everything is on fire, that's power. That's what separates the ones who survive from the ones who rise. So when you're betrayed, smile. When you're broke, smile. When your plans are in ruins, smile. When your heart aches, when your body's tired, when your mind wants to give up, smile anyway. Because that smile becomes a weapon, a blade forged in stillness, a signal to your soul that you're not done yet. A smile tells your enemies, your demons, your self-doubt, you can slow me down, but you'll never stop me. It reminds you of who you are. You're not just flesh and blood. You're fire and will. You're carved from pain and refined by time. And if you're still breathing, you're still dangerous. So embrace the chaos. Don't fight the rain. Dance in it. Don't curse the night. Learn to see in the dark. Because once you learn to smile in the worst moments, you become unshakable, untouchable, unstoppable. You begin to realize that nothing outside of you determines your fate. Not the job, not the relationship, not the failure, not the loss. Only you do. Only your response determines what comes next. And in the middle of the storm, when everything around you screams defeat, if you can smile, then you've already won. You've taken your power back. You've turned pain into purpose, obstacles into fuel, struggle into transformation. So the next time life punches you in the gut, don't look away. Don't collapse. Don't run. Stand tall, clench your fists, raise your head, and smile. Not because everything is perfect, but because you are powerful enough to survive the storm and come out stronger. Keep smiling, keep rising, keep winning. Because the storm was never meant to break you. It was meant to reveal you. You were not put here to crumble. You were not designed to play it safe, stay quiet, or tiptoe through life hoping nothing goes wrong. You were built for war, internal war. The kind that rages in your mind when everything is falling apart and no one else sees it. The kind of battle that doesn't make headlines, but changes destinies. The question is never, will you struggle? You will. We all do. The real question is, what will you become through the struggle? Because that pain, it's not punishment. It's the birthplace of strength. It's where the weak are separated from the warriors. And every time you smile through it, you're telling life, do your worst. I'll do mine. You think strength comes from comfort? From safety? From everything going your way? No. Strength is built in the tension, in the grind, in the agony of rising after being shattered. Again and again and again. Every scar on your soul tells a story of survival, a story of resilience, a story of a fire that refused to go out. So let the world see the ashes of what you once were. Let them see the wreckage you crawled out from. Let them see the storm didn't spare you. It tried to bury you, but it didn't know who it was dealing with. Because while others break, you evolve. While others retreat, you advance. While others wait for life to be fair, you smile and keep walking. And every time you do, something shifts inside. That inner flame grows hotter. That silence inside your soul turns into a roar. That doubt becomes certainty. This is your time, not tomorrow, not someday. Now is the moment you decide who you really are. Now is when you choose to stop shrinking for this world and start standing up to it. Now is when you smile. Not because you're naive, but because you're done letting pain be the end of your story. So the next time life knocks you down, don't just get back up. Rise with vengeance. Rise with hunger. Rise with that crooked smile that says, you should have finished me when you had the chance. Because you're still breathing. You're still burning. And as long as that fire inside you exists, there's more for you to do. More to build. More to become. So don't just survive. Conquer. Smile at the chaos. Grin at the fear. Laugh in the face of every doubt, every enemy, every setback. Because while they were trying to destroy you, they were unknowingly forging your legend. Keep smiling. Keep rising. And when the world asks who you are, let your scars, your fire, and your smile answer for you. Because make no mistake, you weren't born to be average. You weren't created just to follow, obey, blend in, and die quietly. No, you were born to become, to rise out of the ruins of your past, to turn every wound into wisdom, every failure into fuel, and every damn setback into a weapon. You were meant to lead your own rebellion, not against the world, but against every lie you've been told about yourself. They told you to sit down, to be realistic, to shrink, to settle. But deep down, you've always felt it, haven't you? That pull, that whisper, that fire behind your ribs screaming, there's more. More than this 9-to-5 sleepwalk. More than just numbing yourself to get through the day. More than chasing validation from people who don't even know who they are. More than surviving. You were meant to be unforgettable. Not because you were loud, but because you were relentless. Because when everyone else gave in to fear, you chose to smile and walk forward anyway. And that kind of spirit, that kind of strength, it echoes through time. You want to know how legacies are built? Not through comfort, not through perfection, but through grit. Through the quiet, unseen decisions to keep showing up, to rise while broken, to lead yourself when no one else shows up for you, to keep going, not because it's easy, but because something inside of you refuses to die quietly. Every day you wake up, you're being given one more opportunity to add to your story. And the world may not notice right now, but one day, they will. They'll ask how you did it, how you didn't give up, how you kept your heart open even while bleeding, how you smiled through the fire. And your answer will be simple. Because I had no other choice. I wasn't made to quit. I was made to rise. So don't stop now. You're already walking the road most don't have the guts to take. The road of self-mastery, of transformation, of becoming your own damn hero. You want peace? Earn it in war. You want purpose? Forge it in suffering. You want freedom? Build it brick by brick from the ruins of every day you didn't quit. Because every step forward, every smile through the pain, every refusal to stay broken, it matters. It matters more than you know. So look in the mirror. Look into your own tired eyes. And remember who the hell you are. You've survived everything so far. And if the darkness hasn't swallowed you yet, it never will. You are not weak. You are not lost. You are not done. You are rising. And the storm? The storm was never the enemy. The storm was your invitation to wake up, to take the wheel, to become something so powerful, the world will never forget you. You didn't find this video by accident. No, this found you. Because you're different. You've always known it. While the world slides deeper into chaos, while lies are rewarded and truth is mocked, while weakness is celebrated and honor is discarded, you chose a different path, a harder one, a lonelier one, but a path built on something real. You're not like the rest. You don't want cheap thrills, easy praise, or empty victories. You want something that still means something. Something the world forgot a long time ago. Honor, respect, discipline, purpose. And maybe you feel like you're the only one. Like no one sees the war you're fighting. Like you're surrounded by a society that's rotting from the inside, where truth is twisted and character is mocked. But hear this, you're not alone. You're not weak for feeling out of place. You're strong for refusing to belong to a world that's lost its soul. This message is for the few, for the black sheep, for the warriors without armor, for those who rise without applause, who lead without followers, who carry a fire the world tried to put out. This is for you. Because while the world celebrates the fall, you chose to rise. You chose to live with honor, even among the lost. Look around. What do you see? A world wrapped in noise. People pretending they're awake, when deep down, they're sleepwalking through existence. You see faces that wear smiles like armor, eyes that flicker like dying stars, hearts that beat not with purpose, but with fear. The world has forgotten what it means to stand for something. They chase shadows. They worship comfort. They sell pieces of their soul to belong, to be seen, to be safe. But you feel it, don't you? That ache in your bones, that voice in your gut that whispers when the world screams, that pull towards something more, even if you can't explain it. It's not just pain. It's not just anger. It's clarity. Because you're starting to see the truth. That this world is full of the lost. Not lost in geography, but lost in self. And here you are, forced to live among them. Not above them, not beneath them, but among them. And every single day is a test. A test of your resolve, a test of your patience, a test of your integrity. Because when you live with honor, you're a mirror. And mirrors make people uncomfortable. They don't want to see their weakness reflected in your strength. They don't want to be reminded of what they gave up when they watch you endure. They mock what they don't understand. They'll call you rigid, too intense, too serious. They'll laugh at your discipline, scoff at your sacrifices. But secretly, they wish they had your spine. They envy what you carry, because deep down, they dropped it a long time ago. They traded their principles for popularity. They sold their boundaries for a pat on the back. And now, they wander through life untethered, desperate to fill the void they created. But you choose honor, not because you were told to, not because someone promised you a reward, but because something inside you refuses to die. Because no matter how dark it gets, some part of you remembers that you are not here to fade, remembers that strength is not found in the applause of the masses, but in the quiet decisions made when no one is watching. Honor is not loud. It does not scream. It does not beg to be seen. It exists, steady, unshaken, uncompromising. It is the weight you carry when everyone else lets go. It is the truth you speak when silence would be safer. It is the stand you take when the crowd demands you kneel. Living with honor is lonely. Let's not lie about that. It isolates you. It sets you apart. It makes you a target in a world that celebrates conformity. But it also makes you immortal, not in the sense of never dying, but in the sense of never being forgotten. Because when the towers fall, when the lies collapse under their own weight, when the false idols are swallowed by time, your story will remain. Not because you were perfect, not because you never struggled, but because you chose the hard path when the easy one was open. You chose to live with honor among the lost. And that choice, that defiance echoes. It ripples through the void. It stirs something in the ones who still have a spark left. Because there are others like you, scattered, hidden, silent, watching, waiting. And when they see you rise, they'll feel it. That pull toward the fire. That ache for meaning. That longing to stand again. You're not here to fix the world. You're here to remind it that integrity is not dead, that strength is not toxic, that being unbreakable is not something to be ashamed of. So carry the weight. Let them mock you. Let them doubt you. Let them try to drag you back into the fog. But never forget, you were made for this. You were made to stand when others fall, to speak when others stay silent, to fight when the battle looks unwinnable. Because honor isn't just a virtue, it's a weapon the lost can't understand, but the righteous can feel. And in your darkest moments, when your legs shake and your heart breaks, that weapon will keep you standing. Because honor doesn't need applause. It doesn't need an audience. It only needs you, your choice, your breath, your fire. So walk forward, through the noise, through the lies, through the shadows. And if you must walk alone, so be it. But walk with your head high. Walk with your fists clenched. Walk like a storm that cannot be silenced. Because in a world full of the lost, you chose to live with honor. And that makes you dangerous. That makes you untouchable. That makes you free. Now go. Let them sleep. You were born to lead the forgotten back into the fire. You were born to bleed for something real. So stand up. Take your place. Live with honor. Die with fire. And be the reason the lost remember who they were meant to be. To the GrimFace warriors who've returned, you already know. You've been walking this path, bleeding on it, rising through it. You're not just watching, you're living this. And for those who are new, if something inside you stirred while listening, if your blood started to boil, your spine straightened, your fire started to burn again, then you're one of us. This movement isn't for the weak. It's not for the trendy. It's for those who've had enough of the lies, enough of mediocrity, enough of pretending. GrimFace is a call to the forgotten, to the outcasts, to the silent warriors who refuse to kneel. If you're ready to rise with us, to think different, to live different, to take back your mind, your body, your soul, then subscribe now. Join the movement. Stand with the few and become unbreakable. This is GrimFace, and we don't follow the world. We remake it. You say you're tired all the time, but listen to me carefully. You're not tired. You're not drained. You're not burned out from work or school or stress. You are asleep. Awake in the flesh, but asleep in the mind. And most of the world, they want you to stay that way. Because a tired man doesn't fight. A tired woman doesn't rebel. A tired soul is easier to manipulate, to sell to control. You think you're making choices, but your choices are being made for you by patterns, by cravings, by habits, disguised as your identity. The system doesn't want you rested. It wants you numb, plugged in, scrolling endlessly until 2 a.m., eating garbage until you're sluggish, running off caffeine until your heart's begging you to stop, then wondering why you feel dead every morning. This is the trap. And the worst part? We've normalized it. We wear exhaustion like a badge of honor, as if being chronically tired is some sign of productivity, as if energy is a luxury instead of our natural state. It's not your fault you were born into this broken machine, but it is your fault if you stay there once you see it for what it is. You want to wake up feeling alive again? You want to rise in the morning with fire in your chest and clarity in your mind? Then you're going to have to make a decision to walk away from comfort and into discipline, to dismantle every habit that's been draining you quietly, to reclaim your life, one night, one morning, one cycle at a time. Start with your sleep. Not just the time you sleep, but how you sleep. Your environment, your rhythm, your mind. Because if your sleep is broken, you are broken. Not forever, not beyond repair. But right now, your potential is shackled. You hit the snooze button every morning because you're fighting a battle you already lost the night before. Your phone is the last thing you see before sleep, and the first thing you see when you wake. Blue light poisoning your melatonin. Notifications firing up your anxiety. And you wonder why you feel like a zombie. You've got to build a sanctuary around your sleep. Darkness, cool air, no tech. A rhythm so sacred it can't be disturbed. Not by work, not by parties, not by laziness. You want to build an empire? Start by building a sleep schedule. It doesn't matter what time you go to bed. It matters that you go to bed at the same time, every single night. Because consistency is how you rewire the body. That's how you teach your nervous system to relax. That's how you train your hormones to obey. Your body wants to help you, but right now, it doesn't trust you. Rebuild that trust. Earn it. Next, move your damn body. You want more energy? Use energy. That's the paradox no one wants to believe. Because it sounds hard. It is hard. But it's the truth. A body that doesn't move decays. The blood slows. The joints stiffen. The brain fogs. If you sit all day, stare at a screen, never walk, never sweat, then you're inviting fatigue to be your closest companion. Start with a walk. Just walk. Then move more. Add resistance. Add intensity. Train like your life depends on it. Because it does. You weren't meant to be sedentary. You weren't born to be a spectator. You were built to move. And when you deny your body that truth, you pay the price in exhaustion, anxiety, and apathy. Hydrate. Eat like a warrior, not a junkie. Your cells are screaming for nutrients, and you're feeding them sugar, seed oil, and dead calories. No, you don't need a perfect diet, but you need a real one. You need food that serves you, not sedates you. Food that sharpens your mind instead of dulling your senses. You already know what's healthy. You already know what's poison. But most people don't change because they're chasing flavor over freedom. Your future, something shifts. You gain back the edge. Your inflammation drops. Your brain starts working again. You'll know you're on the right path when junk food doesn't even taste the same anymore. When indulgence feels like a punishment. That's when you've reprogrammed the system. Stop worshiping caffeine like it's a cure. It's not. Caffeine is a tool, not a crutch. But you've been using it to cope, not to perform. You drink it to survive the day, when you should be using it strategically to amplify what you've already built. Too late in the day, and it robs you of your sleep. Too much of it, and it rewires your brain to need more just to feel normal. Reset your tolerance. Cut back. Take breaks. Let your body feel tired naturally again, so you can learn how to truly rest. Because artificial energy is a lie. And if you keep borrowing from tomorrow to function today, eventually, you'll go bankrupt. Light. Darkness. Rhythm. You were born with a clock inside of you, but you've been ignoring it, blinding it with fluorescent lights at 1 a.m., suffocating it with blackout curtains at 8 a.m. Your body wants to wake up with the sun. It wants to sleep when the world is still. Give it light in the morning. Give it darkness at night. This is primal, ancient. But we've replaced wisdom with convenience, and the cost is your energy. Expose your eyes to sunlight within 30 minutes of waking. Get outside, even if it's cloudy. Let your brain know it's time to live. Then at night, dim the lights. Turn off the noise. Create silence, not just outside, but within. And now we get to the last piece, the most critical weapon in your arsenal. Routine. A consistent sleep schedule is the cornerstone of everything. Because when the body knows what to expect, it performs. Like a warrior, trained for battle. Like a machine, tuned to perfection. If you go to sleep at a different time every night, you're sabotaging yourself. You're resetting the system every time, forcing your brain to recalibrate, forcing your body to adapt all over again. You want to feel less tired? Then stop living like your energy is a mystery. It's not. It's math, inputs, outputs, habits, cycles, discipline. You are not tired. You are misaligned. You are at war with your biology, and you're losing. But that ends now. Because once you understand the rules, you can start to win. No more excuses. No more victimhood. You are the system. You are the programmer. Rewire your life. Rewrite your future. Most people will keep sleepwalking through their existence, numbing themselves with caffeine, alcohol, screens, and comfort. They'll burn out slowly, wondering why success never finds them. But we're not most people. We are the ones who wake up. We are the ones who take back control. We are the ones who rise. Not because it's easy, but because we refuse to live halfway. So if you're tired, good. That means you're ready. Now wake the hell up and rebuild. Lesson 1. You're not tired. You're asleep. Objective. Identify the deeper hidden causes of modern fatigue and create ruthless self-awareness around self-imposed exhaustion. Let's start with the uncomfortable truth. You are not tired. You are asleep. Mentally, emotionally, spiritually, dragging your body through the motions of life while your soul is sedated. You don't need a nap. You need a reckoning. You see, most people live in a constant state of low-level exhaustion. They wake up groggy, rely on caffeine to function, feel foggy by midday, and crash into bed at night with nothing left. Then repeat, and repeat, and repeat. But here's the sinister part. They think this is normal. They've accepted it. They've surrendered to it. This is the first lie you must destroy. Modern tiredness is manufactured. Look around. Everything in your environment is designed to steal your energy. Endless blue light blasting your brain late into the night. Processed food, engineered to trigger your dopamine and wreck your digestion. Social media hijacking your attention span and frying your nervous system. An addiction to noise, input, stimulation, and no silence to recharge. And yet people blame their exhaustion on vague things. Stress, work, life. No, it's your habits. It's your patterns. It's your compliance with a broken system. You weren't born tired. You were trained to be this way. Now it's your job to untrain yourself. The identity of the chronically tired. I'm always tired. How many times have you said that? It's not just a statement anymore. It's become an identity, an excuse, a shield, a coping mechanism. Here's what you need to understand. Every time you repeat that phrase, you are reinforcing the story that you are weak, depleted, and incapable of changing. You are affirming to your subconscious that exhaustion is who you are. Stop lying to yourself. You're not tired because life is hard. You're tired because you've mismanaged your energy and betrayed your biology for years without taking responsibility for it. You don't need another energy drink. You need a wake-up call. This is it. The 4 silent energy killers. First, stimulation addiction. Your brain isn't resting. It's flooded. Every free moment you reach for stimulation. TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, scrolling endlessly. Your dopamine system is fried. You're overstimulated but undernourished. You consume more than you create. You take in more than you move. And you wonder why your soul feels heavy. Second, sleep. Disrespect. Sleep is treated like a luxury, not a biological requirement. People brag about how little sleep they get like it's a badge of honor. No, it's a death sentence. Lack of sleep is slow suicide. And the worst part is, you know it. But you keep doing it. Why? Because you don't respect yourself enough to prioritize recovery. 3. Invisible inputs. Food, water, light, movement. These are the inputs your body needs to stay charged. But you're giving it garbage. Empty carbs, low hydration, fluorescent lights, and hours of sitting. You're treating a high-performance machine like a landfill. And then you wonder why it doesn't run. 4th, lack of purpose. When you're not connected to something greater, you're drained by default. Your energy leaks through the cracks of a meaningless routine. People with no vision walk slower, speak slower, live slower, because they're not going anywhere. Reflection prompts. These are not nice journal questions. These are psychological drills to uncover the truth. What is your actual daily energy pattern? Not what you tell others, but what you live. What behaviors are you repeating that you know are draining you, but still continue anyway? When was the last time you felt powerful, energized, and clear? What were you doing differently then? Sit with these questions. Answer them without filters. Lies are the enemy of change. Homework, the confession list. Write a full list titled, Habits that are stealing my energy. No sugarcoating. No blaming anyone else. Just raw truth. Examples: scrolling for 2 hours before bed. Drinking caffeine at 5 p.m. Saying yes to everything and leaving no time for rest. Skipping workouts. Eating sugar instead of real meals. Going to bed at random times every night. Letting notifications dictate your focus. Telling myself, I'm just a tired person. Then, track your energy for the next 5 days. Morning, midday, evening. Use a 1 to 10 scale. And every time you feel low, write down what triggered it. You're building awareness. And awareness is the first step toward revolution. Lesson 2. Sleep is your weapon. Protect it. Objective. Understand that sleep is not optional. It's essential. Learn how to rebuild your relationship with rest, create a disciplined nightly rhythm, and reclaim the mental and physical power sleep provides. You think you're tired because life is hard, because work is stressful, because you're just not a morning person. No. You're tired because you've been disrespecting the most vital biological process your body has. You treat sleep like it's a side quest, something you'll get around to when everything else is done. You stay up to unwind, to binge shows, to doom scroll in bed. You trade hours of healing for moments of distraction, and then wonder why your mind is fogged, your motivation is gone, your body's wrecked, and your soul feels numb. Let me say it as clearly as possible. You are not burned out. You are sleep deprived. If you don't fix this, nothing else you do will work. Not your workouts, not your diet, not your goals, not your mental state. Sleep is the foundation. Without it, everything collapses. What happens when you sleep? Sleep isn't just rest. It's repair. It's processing. It's power. When you sleep, your brain consolidates memory. Your muscles rebuild. Your hormones rebalance. Your immune system regenerates. Your nervous system reboots. You literally become a different person when you sleep well. Sharper, stronger, faster, more focused. And when you don't, you become slower, dumber, weaker, more emotional, and more easily manipulated. Chronic sleep deprivation has the same cognitive impact as being drunk. Let that sink in. Most people are walking through life as if they're legally intoxicated, but they think they're just not morning people. No, they're just undisciplined. Sleep deprivation is not a badge of honor. Some of you wear your lack of sleep like it's a flex. I only need 5 hours. I stay up grinding. I hustle while they sleep. That's not ambition. That's self-destruction. That's you chasing productivity while sacrificing longevity. That's you burning down your future for a short-term dopamine hit. Sleep is not weakness. It's not laziness. It's strategy. Because you can't conquer anything if your brain is running on fumes and your body is screaming for rest. Chronotypes. Know your natural rhythm. Not everyone is wired the same. Some of us are early risers. Some of us function better at night. That's not just preference. It's genetic. Trying to force yourself into a schedule that doesn't match your biology is like swimming upstream. If you're a night owl and you're waking at 5 a.m. just because some productivity guru told you to, You're sabotaging your own performance. But don't use your chronotype as an excuse for chaos either. Understand your rhythm, then build a consistent schedule around it. That's the key. Whether you go to bed at 10 p.m. or 2 a.m., if it's consistent, your body will adapt. Randomness is the real enemy. Disruption is what kills your energy. The ritual of winding down. Sleep doesn't begin when your head hits the pillow. It begins hours before. Your body needs time to transition. Your nervous system needs time to downshift. But what do most people do? They stare at bright screens. They work until midnight. They eat massive meals at 10 p.m. They scroll in bed. And they wonder why their mind won't shut off. You've trained your brain to fear stillness, to associate bed with overstimulation. You need to reverse that. Here's how. Set a tech cutoff time, at least 60 minutes before sleep. Dim the lights. Take a warm shower or bath, then let your body cool, which triggers sleepiness. Read, meditate, journal, stretch. Turn your bedroom into a temple. No clutter, no noise, no blue light. Your environment is either helping you sleep or it's betraying you. Stop lying to yourself. You say you can't fall asleep, but really you're just unwilling to disconnect. You're overstimulated, addicted to noise, to chaos, to distraction. Sleep isn't the problem. Your lifestyle is. You say, I'm not tired. Of course you're not. You've pumped yourself full of caffeine. You've stared into a screen until 1 a.m. You've kept your mind racing all night. What do you expect? You've created an environment that tells your brain, it's still time to hunt. But you want it to behave like it's time to sleep. That's not biology. That's delusion. Sleep discipline is life discipline. Your ability to master your sleep is your ability to master yourself. Because nothing tests your discipline more than ending your day on purpose. Not just collapsing into unconsciousness, but deliberately winding down. Choosing rest. Choosing recovery. Choosing power over pleasure. That's why this isn't just about sleep. It's about identity. Who are you when no one's watching? Do you sabotage your future every night for a few more scrolls? Or do you shut it down and train like a professional? The difference between high performers and average people isn't always talent or intelligence. It's rhythm, it's recovery, it's respect. Reflection prompts. Answer honestly or don't bother. Do you have a consistent sleep and wake time? Or do you go to bed whenever? How does your night routine serve you or sabotage you? Are you addicted to stimulation at night? If so, what are you avoiding? Homework. Design your night fortress. Write out a step-by-step wind-down plan starting 2 hours before bed. Include tech cutoff time, light dimming strategy, final meal or snack timing, pre-bed ritual, shower, reading, breathwork, journaling, exact bedtime, bedroom setup, cool, dark, clean, silent. Then execute it for 5 nights in a row. Track your energy each morning. Note the changes. You don't need perfection. You need consistency. Lesson 3. Discipline is the cure. Movement is the medicine. Objective. Reframe your relationship with physical health. Exercise, food, and hydration. Not as chores, but as essential rituals of self-respect, power, and survival. You say you want more energy. You say you want to feel alive. But look at how you treat your body. You sit in a chair for 10 hours straight. You shove processed garbage down your throat because it's fast. You gulp down caffeine like it's medicine. You ignore your thirst, your stiffness, your aching lungs. You move only when forced. You eat only for pleasure. You rest only when you collapse. And still, you wonder why you feel like death. No, it's not that you're tired. It's that you've betrayed the vessel you were given. Your body is not broken. It's responding, exactly as it should, to the way you've treated it. This lesson is your wake-up call. The paradox of energy. You've been lied to. You've been told that if you're tired, you should rest. And sure, sometimes that's true. But more often, you're tired because you haven't moved. Energy is not something you get. It's something you generate. Let that sink in. The days you feel most alive, most clear-headed, most powerful, are not the days you laid around. They're the days you pushed yourself. The days you walked, lifted, ran, stretched, breathed. The days you took your body seriously. That's not a coincidence. That's design. You were built to move. And when you don't, you rot. Plain and simple. Your body is not the enemy. Stop treating exercise like a punishment. Stop treating food like a reward. Stop treating movement like a chore. Your body is your ally in this war. But it's been ignored, abused, and neglected for years. You can't think clearly in a body full of sludge. You can't build dreams in a system that's undernourished. You can't win if your vessel is falling apart. So take a moment and really ask yourself, have I trained my body to serve me? Or have I trained it to survive me? The lie of comfort. Comfort is the great sedative. It kills more dreams than failure ever could. Every day you avoid discomfort. Every time you skip the workout, choose the junk food, ignore the walk, lie still when you should move. You teach your nervous system to fear effort. That fear becomes fatigue. That avoidance becomes apathy. And apathy, that's the root of the modern plague. You want energy? Then you need fire. And fire doesn't come from lying down. It comes from pushing, safely, deliberately, repeatedly, into resistance. Food is fuel, or it's poison. You already know this. You just pretend you don't. You say, I don't have time to eat healthy. But you have time to feel like trash. You have time to get bloated, crash, nap, and complain. You say, healthy food is expensive. But so is being sick. So is medication. So is regret. You say, I don't know what to eat. But deep down, you do. You know what makes you feel alive and what makes you feel heavy. You've just been pretending not to care. Eating like garbage is easy. Eating like a warrior takes intention. But energy is earned, not given. You want to stop feeling tired? Then stop eating like your life doesn't matter. Caffeine, the double-edged sword. Let's be clear. Caffeine is not the enemy. It's a weapon. But most of you aren't wielding it. You're dependent on it. And that's the difference between power and weakness. Your body is supposed to feel tired at night. It's supposed to dip and rise according to its rhythm. But you've drowned your natural cycles in a chemical fog. You drink coffee to survive the day, and then wonder why you can't sleep. Then you can't sleep, so you need more coffee. It's a loop, a trap, a silent addiction. And the longer you avoid balance, the more you burn your brain into the ground. You want to feel real energy again? Reset. Use caffeine only as an amplifier, not as life support. Hydration and movement, the forgotten basics. Water and motion, two of the most ancient forces in the world. You are made of both, yet you treat them like afterthoughts. Every time you feel foggy, anxious, sluggish, ask yourself, have I moved today? Have I hydrated? Most people are walking around dehydrated and stiff, thinking they have mental problems when it's just physical neglect. Before you reach for a pill or a podcast, drink a liter of water. Stretch for 10 minutes. Walk outside. Breathe like your life depends on it, because it does. This isn't magic. It's biology. Reflection prompts. Use these to confront the truth. What does your body feel like today? Not what it should feel like. What it actually feels like. Are your habits serving your energy or sabotaging it? What false beliefs are you holding on to about food, exercise, and discipline? Homework. The 24-hour energy audit. Track your entire day from wake to sleep. Log the following. When and how you move. What you eat and drink. Your caffeine intake. What, when, and why. Your hydration. How much, how often. Your energy levels every 4 hours on a scale of 1 to 10. Then write the truth. Where are you leaking power? What's one change you could make tomorrow that would shift everything? Bonus. Add 15 minutes of intentional movement to your daily routine. This isn't negotiable. Walk, stretch, lift, just move. Lesson 4. Create a rhythm. Rule the day. Objective. Use structure, habit, and biological alignment to build momentum. Eliminate chaos, and command your energy throughout the day. Look around you. Most people live like leaves in the wind. No structure, no system, no rhythm. They wake up at random times. They eat when they're bored. They work when they feel pressured. They crash when their body finally gives up. That's not life. That's reactive survival. But here's the truth most people can't handle. If you don't own your day will own you. And your day is not just some calendar. It's a ritual, a battlefield, a proving ground. This lesson is about building rhythm, not for productivity alone, but for power. It's about replacing randomness with ritual, chaos with clarity, fatigue with command. Because your body is a machine of patterns. And if you train it like a slave, it will serve you like a soldier. The human clock. You were born with one. A circadian rhythm hardwired into your brain, tied to the rising and setting of the sun. You're not separate from nature. You are nature. But you've been living like you're above it, ignoring the light, ignoring the dark, forcing wakefulness when you should be sleeping, drinking stimulants when you should be still, watching screens when you should be winding down. And now you wonder why you feel disconnected. Here's the brutal truth. The body is not malfunctioning. It's simply responding to your lack of rhythm. You want more energy. You want better focus, better sleep, more control. Then honor the system that built you. Morning is a weapon. The first 60 minutes of your day are not negotiable. They are sacred. Because how you start determines how you move, how you think, how you feel. But what do most people do? Wake up late, hit snooze, scroll, get hit with chaos before they even leave the bed. That's not a morning routine. That's a daily surrender. You want to win the day? Then wake with intention. Command the first hour like it matters, because it does. Your morning should include light. Natural sunlight or artificial bright light within 30 minutes of waking. Movement. Even a stretch or a 5-minute walk activates your nervous system. Hydration. You just went 7 to 9 hours without water. Fix that. Stillness. Breathe. Meditate. Plan. Reflect. Control your mind before it runs wild. Priority. Define the one task that must be crushed today. One win sets the tone. This isn't about copying some influencer's routine. This is about owning your wake up like a savage. Midday momentum. This is where most people fall apart. They hit that midday slump, and instead of rising through it, they crash. Why? Because they didn't anchor their day in rhythm. They skipped breakfast or ate junk. They didn't hydrate. They didn't move. They didn't protect their focus. So by noon, their body is fried and their brain is begging for distraction. Here's how you counter it. Midday power moves. Light exposure. Get outside. Light equals energy. Your cells know this. Movement. A brisk walk. A workout. Anything to break the stagnation. Nutrition. Eat for fuel, not for sedation. Protein, fiber, water. Focus sprints. Work in focused blocks, 25 to 90 minutes. Then take a break. Rhythm creates results. If you can dominate the middle of your day, you'll build momentum. And momentum is harder to stop than motivation. The night is not for noise. Evening is when warriors sharpen their swords, not when they lose themselves to chaos. But what do most people do at night? They overstimulate. They eat trash. They scroll endlessly. They blast their brains with dopamine and blue light. They never wind down. And then they wonder why they can't sleep. Nighttime isn't just about rest. It's about recovery. Real warriors recover with precision. Night rituals that serve you. Screens off or dimmed at least an hour before bed. Eat light or not at all late at night. Food before bed disrupts deep sleep. Journaling or reflection. Download the day. Let go of thoughts. Dark, cool environment. No noise. No light. No distractions. Consistent bedtime. Your brain will thank you. When you control your night, your morning obeys. That's how the loop is built. That's how the cycle is forged. Structure creates freedom. Most people avoid structure because they think it's restrictive. They believe schedules trap them. But the opposite is true. Randomness is the real prison. When you wake, eat, work, and rest without intention, you are ruled by emotion, ruled by cravings, ruled by distraction. You're not free. You're floating. But when you install rhythm, you reclaim control. You move with power. You make decisions without fatigue. You become unshakable. Reflection prompts. Be brutally honest. Do you have a structured morning and night routine? Or are you winging it every day? How often do you allow randomness to dictate your behavior? What habits could you ritualize to build rhythm into your life? Homework. Build your perfect day blueprint. Create a one-page map of your ideal day. Include wake-up time, morning routine, light, movement, hydration, focus, work blocks and rest breaks, meal timing and type, midday reset plan, evening wind-down rituals, bedtime, and night routine. Rules. Keep it realistic. Start with small, repeatable wins. Print it out. Post it where you'll see it every day. Follow it for 3 days. Then reflect on how you feel, think, and perform. Lesson 5. The battle is mental. Rewire or rot. Objective. Eliminate the victim identity of "I'm always tired" and replace it with a mindset rooted in ownership, discipline, and control. Train the mind to lead the body, not follow it. Let's make something brutally clear. Your energy is not just physical. It's psychological, emotional, spiritual. You can eat clean, move daily, and sleep like a monk. But if your mind is weak, if your self-talk is toxic, if your identity is built around struggle, then it doesn't matter how many habits you stack. You will sabotage your progress at the first sign of resistance. Because here's the truth. Your brain follows orders. It does not care if those orders are self-destructive or empowering. It obeys what you feed it. Repetition, emotion, belief. So if all you ever say is, "I'm tired, I'm drained, I'm not a morning person, I can't focus, I don't have the energy," then guess what? You're programming yourself to be a slave to fatigue. You're training your body to rot before it even tries. You think that's dramatic? Good. Because this is life or death, not of the body, but of your potential. Fatigue is often a mindset. Yes, physical exhaustion is real, but most of you aren't physically exhausted. You're mentally untrained. You've never built the habit of pushing through discomfort. You've never taught yourself how to lead your body, only how to respond to it. You feel a little tired, and you give up the day. You feel low energy, and you crawl into your vices. You have no drive, and you use it as proof that something is wrong. No, nothing is wrong. You're just mentally undisciplined. And the price for that? A life of numbness, of half-effort, of watching others rise while you decay. The power of identity. You don't rise to the level of your goals. You fall to the level of your identity. If you walk around saying, "I'm just a low-energy person," or "I've always been this way," or "That's just how I am," then congratulations. You've built a prison around your own mind and locked the door with your own voice. That has to die. Right now. You're not just tired. You're untrained. You're undisciplined. You've accepted a lie for so long, you think it's your truth. But it's not. Your truth is this. You can become someone new, but not without war. Not without mental reprogramming. Not without killing the old identity and building a new one brick by brick. Your thoughts are scripts. Every thought you repeat becomes a pattern. Every pattern becomes a behavior. Every behavior becomes a belief. And beliefs define your destiny. So what's your mental loop? Do you constantly repeat, "I'm too tired to start. I just need more motivation. I'll get to it tomorrow. I don't have the energy for this"? That's your enemy. Those thoughts are not random. They are scripts, learned and reinforced by years of inaction. And here's the dark truth. You are loyal to those scripts. You defend them. You argue for them. You treat them like facts instead of what they are. Mental viruses. They must be deleted, erased, overwritten. Discipline rewrites identity. You don't become powerful by waiting to feel good. You become powerful by choosing action when you feel like shit. You want to feel less tired? Then move while you're tired. Speak power while you're weak. Act with intensity while your mind screams for comfort. Because that is where the new identity is built. That's where the voice changes. That's when you stop saying, "I'm always tired," and start saying, "I move regardless. I train regardless. I show up regardless." Discipline doesn't just reshape your schedule. It rewires your soul. It takes you from victim to victor, from pawn to player, from sleepwalker to savage. Recovery is not inactivity. Let's clear something up. Recovery is not collapse. It's not binging Netflix with chips on your chest. It's not numbing your brain with dopamine. It's not avoidance. True recovery is strategic. It's what warriors do to prepare for the next battle. It's sleep. It's movement. It's silence. It's stillness. It's reflection. It's preparation. But you only get to recover after you've earned it. Not as an escape, but as reinforcement. Stop treating every low-energy moment like a reason to retreat. Start treating it like a test. Reflection prompts. Answer these without mercy. What mental scripts do I repeat about fatigue and energy? Am I using tired as a shield to avoid discomfort? Who am I becoming if I never fix this mindset? Homework. Rewire the script. Step 1. Write down every disempowering phrase you use when you feel tired. Examples. I can't do this right now. I don't feel like it. I'll do it later. I'm just not built for high energy. Step 2. Rewrite them into power scripts. Examples. I command my body to follow. My feelings don't dictate my performance. I train even when I'm tired. My identity is stronger than my state. Step 3. Pick one mantra. Say it every morning and every night. Burn it into your subconscious. Step 4. Eliminate the phrase, I'm tired, from your vocabulary for the next 7 days. Replace it with, I'm recalibrating. I'm adjusting. I'm rising. This was never about sleep. It was never about food. It was never about time or energy or routines. It was always about you. The voice you believe. The identity you feed. The standard you accept. You are not a victim of fatigue. You are not cursed with low energy. You are not trapped in a tired life. You've just been playing the wrong role in your own story. But today, the script changes. No more excuses. No more weakness. No more, that's just how I am. From this point forward, your energy is your responsibility, and your identity is your weapon. You are no longer the tired one. You are the one who moves anyway. You are the one who trains the mind to command the body. You are the one who rewires or rots. You choose. You always have. To our returning GrimFace warriors, you already know what this is. This isn't just content. It's a code. You show up here because you refuse to settle, because you've seen the truth behind the mask, and you've chosen war over weakness, respect. And if you're new here, this isn't for everyone. This is for the black sheep, the outcasts, the ones who've been broken, but not beaten. If something inside you stirred today, if part of you remembered who you really are, then you don't just belong here. You were meant to be here. Subscribe. Join the movement. We're building something they can't control. We don't run from the dark. We become it. GrimFace. Outside. Let's not sugarcoat this. You're not stuck because you don't know what to do. You're stuck because you're afraid. And that fear, it's been bleeding you dry, drip by drip, day by day. You think you've been preserving your life by waiting for the right moment, the perfect clarity. But in truth, you've been watching your life pass you by from behind a wall of hesitation you built with your own 2 hands. Let's face the darkness together. While you've been analyzing, researching, debating, someone else already took what you said you wanted. They applied for the job. They launched the business. They asked that person out. They moved forward. They chose. Not perfectly, not fearlessly, but they chose anyway. And because of that one choice, their life is no longer the same. Meanwhile, you're still here, frozen, haunted by possibilities that never turned real, stuck in the echo chamber of your own mind, replaying the same internal arguments over and over again. And here's the horror of it all. Every second you hesitate, you're not just standing still, you're falling behind. Not because others are better than you, but because they were willing to act while you were still waiting for permission. Let me tell you something raw and real. You will never be fully ready. You will never feel 100% certain. And the longer you wait for that magical clarity to descend like a ray of light from the heavens, the more life you sacrifice at the altar of indecision, the graveyard of unmade choices. Picture this. It's 2 a.m. You're lying in bed. Your laptop casts an eerie glow in the dark. You've got 15 tabs open, Reddit threads, comparison charts, old text messages, YouTube advice videos, TikToks of people living the life you want. Your Notes app is a graveyard, a cemetery of half-written goals, abandoned pros and cons lists, and reminders of what you should do. But you haven't done a damn thing. Your mind is racing. Your chest is tight. You tell yourself you're doing the research. But deep down, you know the truth. You're not searching for information. You're searching for escape. From fear, from failure, from responsibility. And it's killing you slowly. Because this isn't just about decisions. It's about identity. Who are you when no one is watching? When the pressure is mounting? When the world expects you to decide, but all you do is stall? This is what paralysis looks like in real time. And it feels safe. But it's not. It's a quiet death. The kind no one notices until it's too late. The delusion of certainty. You think if you just had more information, you'd be able to choose. If you just waited a little longer, the path would light up clearly. But that's a lie. Certainty is a fantasy. There will always be doubt, always be fear, always be a risk. But the pain of taking a wrong turn is nothing compared to the agony of never moving at all. So many people go to their graves full of almosts. Almost started that business. Almost took that leap. Almost became who they were meant to be. Do you want to be one of them? Or are you finally ready to live fully, dangerously, and deliberately? Because this is it. This is the battle no one sees. And the only thing standing between you and the life you want is a choice. The framework for freedom. Let's break the chains. Here's how you start reclaiming your life. Right now. 1. The 10-10-10 rule. Ask yourself, how will this decision affect me in 10 minutes? 10 months? 10 years? The truth is, most of what you're agonizing over won't even matter a decade from now. Suddenly that overwhelming pressure, it cracks. The fear, it loses its grip. Because clarity comes when you zoom out, and clarity destroys the illusion of catastrophe. Set a deadline. Indecision breeds an open-ended time. It thrives in maybe. It feasts on later. But when you set a deadline, a real one, you put fear on a leash. Not next week. Not after one more video. You get 24 hours. That's it. Decide or stay trapped. Decide or keep decaying in the waiting room of your own damn life. The 80-year-old test. When you're 80, when your hair is gray and your skin is wrinkled and your time is almost up, what decision will you regret not making? This question will gut you because it bypasses all the noise, social media, opinions, fear, and speaks to your soul. The soul that already knows what the right choice is. You've just been too afraid to face it. Almost every decision is reversible. Jobs, you can quit. Relationships, you can leave or heal. Majors, locations, ideas, you can adapt. But the one decision you can't undo is choosing nothing. The truth about fear. Let's be honest. You're not lazy. You're not indecisive by nature. You're scared. Scared that you'll choose wrong. Scared that people will judge you. Scared that you'll fail and fall behind. But here's the thing. Fear is a liar. It only has power if you feed it. It grows in silence, in stillness, in secrecy. You want to kill fear? Then drag it into the light. Speak it. Face it. Then move anyway. Because action cures fear. Every time. And perfection? That's a myth sold to you by cowards who never dared to try. The world doesn't reward perfection. It rewards action, effort, boldness. The world rewards the one who steps forward while everyone else is waiting for a sign. Lesson 1. Expose the real enemy. Fear, not lack of information. Core truth. You are not confused. You are afraid. Indecision is rarely about not knowing. It's about not wanting to face what you already know. Overthinking is fear wearing a mask and calling itself logic. The deeper problem. Most people believe they're stuck because they need more information. So they research. They write lists. They ask for opinions. They consume podcasts, videos, books. But nothing changes. Because the paralysis isn't caused by ignorance. It's caused by fear. Fear of failure. Fear of judgment. Fear of making a mistake you can't undo. Fear of being responsible for your own outcomes. Fear of choosing wrong and having no one else to blame. So you stall. And in that delay, fear multiplies. It doesn't protect you. It poisons you. What's worse, this fear is subtle. It whispers that you're being wise, careful, responsible, but you're not being careful. You're hiding, and you're calling it strategy. The more you wait, the more you lose. Time, opportunities, confidence, energy. You're not saving your life. You're leaking it. The cost of avoiding fear. Think back to one decision you avoided for months, or even years. What does it cost you? Maybe it was a relationship you should have left, a move you should have made, a project you should have started. But instead, you stayed in place, telling yourself you were being smart. Now look around. Where are you? Are you proud of where fear has led you? This is the uncomfortable truth. Fear has already stolen years from you. And if you don't confront it directly, it will take the rest. Lesson goal. This week, your objective is to identify the fear that's keeping you paralyzed. Not the surface level excuse, the real fear. Until you confront the emotional weight behind your indecision, no amount of logic will help you move forward. Implementation steps. Step 1. Identify the decisions you've been avoiding. Write down 3 decisions you've been putting off. They can be about career, relationships, business, health, or personal change. Example: whether to quit your job, whether to end a relationship, whether to start a side hustle. Name the actual decision. Don't generalize. Be specific. Step 2. Name the fear beneath each decision. For each item, ask yourself, what exactly am I afraid will happen if I make this decision? Write the raw, unfiltered answer. Example: if I leave my job, I might not find something better. I could fail. People will think I'm reckless. I'll lose security. This is the voice that's been keeping you stuck. You need to face it directly. Then ask the second question. What will happen if I don't make this decision? You'll see the truth. Fear has consequences either way. Step 3. Separate real fear from imagined fear. Draw 2 columns. On the left, write practical fear. On the right, emotional fear. Now place each fear from step 2 into one of the 2 categories. Most of your fears will fall into the emotional column. This is where you expose fear for what it is, mostly imagination. Now take a step back and look at the list. Ask yourself, which fear is worth obeying? Because every fear you obey becomes your master. Mindset. Reframe. You do not need fear to disappear before you act. That's a fantasy. Fear doesn't go away. It fades only when you start walking into it. You do not need to kill fear. You need to stop giving it authority. You do not need permission. You need confrontation. Fear awareness practice. Each morning for the next 7 days, complete the following journal prompts. What decision am I avoiding today? What fear is tied to it? What is one small action I can take today despite that fear? This is not about bravery. It's about building the habit of movement. Fear thrives in stillness. Action starves it. Reflection prompts. Take 15 minutes. No phone. No distractions. Sit with these questions and write your answers with brutal honesty. What is one dream that fear has already stolen from me? How has fear shaped who I pretend to be? If fear had a voice, what lies has it told me about myself? If I removed fear from the equation, what would I do this week? Do not rush. Let the answers rise. You'll know the truth by how uncomfortable it makes you feel. Your challenge this week. Choose one decision from your list. Break down the fear behind it. Then take one small, uncomfortable action toward it before the end of the week. Not a giant leap. A single move. One undeniable piece of evidence that you no longer serve fear. Because the moment you take that step, you begin to kill the lie that's been ruling your life. Fear will not announce itself with screams. It will whisper. It will sound logical. It will dress up as patience, wisdom, strategy. But you will know it by its fruit. You will know it by what it costs you. You will know it because it leaves you stuck. And the longer you wait, the more it owns you. But the moment you expose it, the moment you stop hiding behind logic and admit that fear is the true enemy, you take back control. This is where the war begins. You win it with awareness. You win it with one step at a time. You win it by deciding to no longer negotiate with fear. Lesson 2. Escape the graveyard of overthinking. Core truth. You are not analyzing. You are hiding. You are not planning. You are avoiding. Overthinking is a clever form of fear. It wears the mask of intelligence, but underneath, it is pure paralysis. You tell yourself you're being thorough, that you're making sure. But deep down, you know the truth. You're building a graveyard, a place where dreams go to die, buried beneath what if, not yet, and just one more article. The lie of productive paralysis. You think you're making progress because you're moving. Your fingers are typing. Your mind is spinning. The tabs are open. The notes are being written. But movement is not momentum. And activity is not action. You're not building a life. You're creating a maze with no exit, designed by fear to keep you from ever escaping. It looks like progress. It feels like control. But it's a prison. One article leads to another. One opinion leads to 5 more. One option becomes 100. And soon, you're drowning in possibilities, too terrified to choose one and burn the rest. The symptoms of a stuck mind. You know you're in the graveyard of overthinking when you revisit the same decision daily with no new action. You make lists, then make new lists to compare the old ones. You seek endless advice, hoping someone else will take the risk for you. You scroll inspirational content instead of living it. You lie awake at night with racing thoughts, but no plan. You avoid silence, because in silence, your cowardice screams the loudest. You've turned your mind into a battlefield, and you're the only one bleeding. Lesson goal. This week's mission is simple but ruthless. Break the loop. Escape the cycle of false progress and enter the realm of action. You will silence the noise, destroy the distractions, and confront the decision directly. Not perfectly, not completely, but actively. Implementation steps. Step 1. Choose one decision. From Lesson 1, pick one decision that has been looping in your mind the longest. The one that returns every night when the distractions fade. The one you pretend doesn't matter anymore, even though you still feel the pull. Name it. Write it down. Circle it in red ink. This is the one you will attack. Step 2. Create a fear-free space. Set aside 1 hour this week. No phone, no tabs, no noise. Just you, the decision, and the silence. Open a journal or blank page and write down, what is the decision? What has kept me from making it? What do I already know, but haven't admitted to myself? Keep writing until the excuses dissolve and the truth emerges. Truth is always simple. Fear complicates it. Step 3. Cut the noise. Choose a day to do a full purge of all distraction-based research. Close every tab that leads you away from a decision. Delete notes that serve no purpose. Mute every source that floods you with more opinions than you need. Unfollow the voices that feed your paralysis. And most importantly, stop asking everyone else what you should do. No one else lives with your consequences, so no one else gets a vote. Make your world silent long enough to hear your own instinct again. Step 4. Create a 3-hour action sprint. Pick a time, set a timer. You get 3 hours. In those 3 hours, you are not allowed to think. Only do. If it's a job decision, update your resume. If it's a business idea, build the outline. If it's a relationship, initiate the conversation. If it's a move, research one actual destination and list what you'd need to relocate. Your goal is simple. Create evidence that you are not stuck. Even one action kills the illusion of paralysis. Mindset shift. Every moment you delay is a vote for staying small. Every overanalyzed choice is a grave you dig for your own potential. Overthinking is your mind begging you not to fail. But what it doesn't understand is that staying here is failure, and you're already in it. You cannot escape the pain of action, but at least that pain leads to growth. The pain of inaction leads to nothing but regret. Reflection. Prompts. Sit with these questions and write the answers by hand. Let them sting. Let them bleed. What has overthinking already cost me? Who would I be today if I had acted when I first had the idea? What am I afraid will happen if I stop thinking and start doing? What will happen if I don't? Read your answers out loud. Hear the weight of your delay. Then feel the hunger that's been buried under your fear. Your challenge this week. Do one bold thing. Not big, just bold. Choose one decision. Make one move. You don't need certainty. You don't need a full plan. You need to break the illusion of motion and replace it with force. Because until you act, you are just watching your life from behind a screen. Scrolling past the version of you that could have been. But not anymore. Not this week. This week you step into the fire. Not to burn, but to prove you still have heat in your soul. Final reminder. There is no secret system. No perfect plan. No missing piece of advice that will suddenly make it all click. There is only action. And there is only now. If you don't move this week, you'll wake up a month from now in the exact same place. Still wondering. Still researching. Still stuck. This is your chance to escape the graveyard. But no one will come drag you out. You have to climb. Decide. Act. Or die still thinking. Lesson 3. Use the 10-10-10 rule to shatter pressure. Core truth. You're not drowning in too many decisions. You're drowning in the weight you've assigned to them. You've made every choice feel like life or death. But most of the pressure you're feeling isn't real. It's created by your imagination. The human mind is a powerful machine, but when ruled by fear, it turns against you. It amplifies doubt. It magnifies stakes. It turns everyday choices into existential nightmares. And so, you hesitate. Not because the choice is impossible, but because you've convinced yourself it must be perfect. That's the lie. And this lesson is where we break it. The illusion of finality. Most decisions aren't permanent. Most roads can be reversed. Most outcomes can be adapted. But when you're ruled by fear, you believe every decision is a cliff. One wrong step and everything ends. This belief paralyzes you. You delay. You agonize. You spin in circles for months trying to get it right, while time and opportunity slip through your hands. You need a weapon to pierce the fog. You need a tool to cut through the emotional chaos and expose the truth beneath it. That weapon is the 10-10-10 rule. Lesson goal. This week, your objective is to master a decision-making tool that instantly dissolves emotional pressure, clarifies your priorities, and forces your mind to see reality, not fear-induced fantasy. You will use the 10-10-10 rule to dismantle the illusion that every decision must be perfect. You will see through the panic, and you will act. The 10-10-10 rule explained. Ask yourself 3 brutal questions about the decision you're stuck on. How will this decision affect me in 10 minutes? How will it affect me in 10 months? How will it affect me in 10 years? These time frames strip away the false urgency and inflated drama. They expose what actually matters, why it works. 10 minutes addresses the emotional discomfort you're avoiding. 10 months shows you the medium-term consequences of inaction or progress. 10 years forces you to see beyond fear, to legacy, regret, and identity. Let's make it real. Example, leaving a job you hate. 10 minutes. I'll feel afraid, uncertain. People might judge me. Discomfort level, high. 10 months. I'll likely have found something better, or at least be rebuilding something that's mine. Discomfort level, manageable. 10 years. I'll either look back with gratitude that I escaped, or live with bitterness that I stayed. Discomfort level, unbearable if ignored. Suddenly, the emotional chaos collapses. Clarity rises, and the path becomes obvious. Implementation steps. Step 1. Pick the decision. Choose one decision that has been creating the most mental noise. This should be a decision that feels heavy, like it's defining your identity, your direction, or your worth. Write it down. Make it specific. Step 2. Apply the 10-10-10 rule. Set aside 30 minutes of uninterrupted time. Write the answers to these 3 questions in full. What are the real effects of this decision in the next 10 minutes? What are the likely consequences in the next 10 months? What will this choice mean for my life in 10 years? Do not rush this. Let the long-term perspective break the emotional spell of the present moment. Step 3. Circle the most dominant time frame. Once your answers are written, ask yourself, which of these 3 time frames am I allowing to dominate my decisions? If you're stuck in the 10-minute frame, you're ruled by short-term fear. If you're thinking mostly in 10-month terms, you're likely operating on pressure or expectation. If the 10-year answer terrifies or excites you, it's probably the truth you need to follow. Make the long-term voice louder. That's the one that sees clearly. Mindset shift. Short-term fear will always try to drown long-term wisdom. It's louder. It's faster. But it's not deeper. When you stay stuck in the 10-minute mindset, you live your life trying to avoid discomfort. When you operate in the 10-year frame, you start living for your legacy. Stop asking what makes you feel good right now. Start asking what your future self will thank you for. Because your future self is watching. And they are either preparing to applaud you or resent you. Reflection prompts. What is one decision I've made recently that was dominated by fear of short-term discomfort? How different would my life be if I had made decisions based on the 10-year outcome instead? What truth have I been ignoring because it feels uncomfortable in the short term? What would the version of me 10 years from now beg me to do today? Sit with the discomfort. It's not your enemy. It's your compass. Your challenge. This week, pick one decision. Apply the 10-10-10 rule. Then take one action based on the 10-year answer. Don't let fear convince you to cater to the next 10 minutes. That's how you waste your life. One comfortable moment at a time. Instead, sacrifice the short term for the long term. Pay the price now. Reap the reward later. That's how legacies are built. Final reminder. You do not need to be fearless. You do not need to be perfect. You only need to be honest. The decisions you're avoiding are not as final as they seem, but the years you're losing by avoiding them, that's permanent. You've already wasted too much time fearing the short-term discomfort of a decision that could set you free. Stop looking for a painless path. Start walking the one that leads somewhere worth going. Lesson 4. Set ruthless deadlines to kill indecision. Core truth. Indecision thrives in open space. Delay is not a neutral act. It is a decision to remain stuck. The longer you wait, the louder fear becomes. And fear loves time. The moment you stop putting time limits on your decisions, you open the door to mental decay. You don't just pause, you rot. Not all at once. Slowly, quietly. Until one day you wake up surrounded by abandoned plans, half-finished projects, and years of your life you'll never get back. This is how potential dies. Not in a blaze of failure, but in the silence of hesitation. And the only antidote to hesitation is urgency. Not panic, not impulse. Urgency backed by commitment, backed by force, backed by a deadline. The lie of I just need more time. You've told yourself this before. I'm just not ready yet. I'll decide after I sleep on it. I need more clarity. No. What you need is a clock. What you need is pressure. Because the truth is, most decisions don't take weeks. They take courage, not time. The longer you wait, the more options you add. The more options you add, the more doubt you create. And the more doubt you create, the further you drift from action. Clarity doesn't come with more thinking. Clarity comes when the clock is ticking and the knife is at your back. Lesson goal. This week, you will learn to set non-negotiable deadlines for every decision you're avoiding. You will break the cycle of someday. You will condition your mind to move under pressure. And you will prove to yourself that motion isn't optional. It's required. Why deadlines work. When you commit to a specific high-pressure deadline, something shifts. You force focus. Your brain narrows in on what actually matters. You cut distractions. Time scarcity eliminates the luxury of noise. You create urgency. The illusion of endless time dies, and with it, procrastination. You flip fear on itself. Now the fear of missing your own deadline becomes more powerful than the fear of taking action. Your brain was built to survive. When you give it pressure, it performs. When you give it forever, it drowns. Implementation steps. Step 1. Identify the decision. Pick one decision you've delayed repeatedly. It can be big or small. What matters is that you've been stuck in analysis or avoidance. Write it down in one sentence. Make it clear. Director, unavoidable. Example, I need to decide whether or not to move out of this city. I need to pitch my idea to a potential client. I need to end a relationship that's no longer healthy. Naming it gives it form. And you can't destroy what you refuse to define. Step 2. Set a ruthless deadline. Now give yourself 24 hours, not a week. Not by the end of the month. You get 1 day. No more. You don't need more time. You need to stop lying to yourself. Write the deadline down. Put it on your wall, your phone, your mirror, and say it out loud. I will make this decision by exact time and date. If the fear rises, good. You're doing it right. Step 3, burn the safety nets. Tell someone. Post it publicly. Announce it to anyone who matters, or no one at all. But speak it into existence. This is about accountability. Because what you hide from the world, you abandon. And what you declare out loud becomes real. If you stay silent, you give yourself permission to back out. If you speak it, the pressure builds. And pressure is what you need right now. Step 4, prepare for resistance. Understand this. Your mind will rebel. It will offer every excuse in the book. It will say, you're being reckless. It will say, you should sleep on it. It will say, let's wait until next Monday. This is the voice of your old self, the version of you addicted to safety. Ignore it. Overpower it. This voice doesn't want you to live. It wants you to preserve yourself until you become unrecognizable. And you've already wasted too much time listening to it. Mindset shift. Deadlines are not restrictions. They are weapons. Used correctly, they destroy fear and build discipline. When you give yourself forever, you postpone the pain. But you also postpone the transformation. If you want to grow, you have to bleed on a schedule. You have to move when it hurts. You have to choose even when clarity hasn't arrived yet. Because the choice itself creates clarity. Every bold decision you've been avoiding is sitting on the other side of a deadline you refuse to set. That ends now. Reflection prompts. Write your answers. Don't rush. Don't filter. What is one decision I've delayed longer than I care to admit? Why haven't I set a deadline for it? What am I afraid will happen if I act before I'm ready? What has inaction already cost me in time, peace, and potential? What would change if I committed to 24-hour decision windows from now on? These questions are a mirror, and the reflection may sting, but pain is how you know you're still alive. Your challenge this week. Pick one decision. Set a 24-hour deadline. Declare it. Then decide. No retreat. No delay. No justification. This is not about perfection. It's about taking back control. Because the habit of delay becomes your identity. And the identity of delay becomes your destiny. Break it now, not tomorrow. Now, final reminder. The clock doesn't care how you feel. Life doesn't wait until you're comfortable. Opportunities don't pause until your fear calms down. The only thing that grows while you delay is regret. So either you choose your deadline, or the world will choose it for you. And it won't be on your terms. Set the timer. Feel the fear. Make the move anyway. Lesson 5. Face the 80-year-old version of you. Core truth. You're not afraid of making the wrong decision. You're afraid of becoming the wrong person. And you already know who that is. The version of you who played it safe. Who never took the leap. Who spent their life negotiating with fear and postponing purpose until there was no time left. That version of you is real. They exist in one possible future. And if you don't change the path you're on right now, you're going to meet them. Face to face. In a quiet room. Full of silence, missed chances, and haunting thoughts that begin with the words, "What if?" This lesson is your warning, and your opportunity to make sure that meeting never happens. The power of regret. Most people run from regret, but you're going to use it as fuel. Regret is one of the most powerful forces in existence. Not because it's painful, because it's final. Because once it sets in, you can't go back. That's why you need to bring the future into the present. You need to look forward with ruthless honesty and ask the question that rips through the noise. When I'm 80 years old, what decision will I wish I had made right now? That question cuts through fear, pressure, and social expectation. It bypasses your ego. It bypasses your fear of failure, and it drills straight into your soul. Because the 80-year-old version of you doesn't care about likes, followers, or temporary discomfort. They only care about one thing. Did we live? Did we honor the calling? Did we choose growth? Or did we waste it all? Lesson goal. This week you will bring your future self into the present. You will listen to their wisdom. You will hear their warnings. And you will use their perspective to break the paralysis of now. Because if you don't live in alignment with that version of yourself, you will become a stranger to your own legacy. Implementation steps. Step 1. Create the encounter. Sit in silence. No phone, no noise, just you. Now imagine yourself at 80 years old. Where are you? What do you look like? What does your face say about how you lived? Is there light in your eyes or bitterness? Are your shoulders heavy with pride or shame? Now ask them, what did I waste time on? What would you give anything to go back and do? What do you wish I had the courage to face? Don't force it. Let the answers rise. Write them down with brutal honesty. You are speaking to the version of you who knows exactly what mattered and what didn't. Step 2. The decision audit. Take the major decision you've been avoiding. Write it down clearly. Now ask the 80-year-old version of you. Would you regret not doing this? What would our life look like if we had said yes? What did we gain by playing it safe? Was the discomfort we avoided worth the life we missed? Their answers will be simple, unapologetic, and most likely, uncomfortable. Good. Discomfort is truth trying to rise to the surface. Step 3. Write the letter. Write a letter from your 80-year-old self to your current self. Let them speak without filters. Let them be furious. Let them be proud. Let them be wise. This letter is not for comfort. It's a confrontation. Let them say everything you need to hear. Everything you've been pretending not to know. Then read it back out loud, alone, and listen to the voice you've been ignoring. Step 4. Define the path of alignment. Now, ask this. What would it look like to honor my future self today? Not in theory, in practice. What habits would I start? What decisions would I make? What conversations would I have? What lies would I stop telling myself? Your 80-year-old self doesn't need you to be fearless. They just need you to stop lying about what you want, about who you are, about the time you think you still have, because that time is vanishing right now. Mindset shift. The only person who will live with the consequences of your decisions is you. Not your friends, not your family, not society. You will wake up next to your results. You will look in the mirror and see the version of yourself you chose to become. The world won't punish you for wasting your potential. It doesn't care. But you will. The day will come when there is no time left to change your path. And when it does, you'll either sit with peace or suffocate in regret. So ask yourself, what's more painful? Temporary discomfort or permanent disappointment? Choose wisely, because you're not just choosing for today. You're choosing for the man or woman who will live with it 50 years from now. Reflection. Prompts. If I died tomorrow, what would I regret not doing? What decision am I avoiding that I already know my older self would beg me to make? What truth have I been silencing out of fear of judgment or failure? What kind of life am I building? One of comfort or one of courage? Don't give surface answers. Go beneath the noise. Dig until it hurts. That's where your answers live. Your challenge this week: have a conversation with your 80-year-old self. Write the letter. Ask the questions. Listen to their warnings. Then take one action that aligns with their wisdom. Not tomorrow. Not after the fear calms down. Now, because if you don't honor that future self, you'll betray them. And they're the only person you can't lie to. Final reminder: the voice of your future self is soft, but it speaks with power. It knows everything you feared, everything you've wasted, everything you still have time to become. But only if you stop drifting. Only if you stop numbing yourself with comfort. Only if you choose now to live in a way that will make them proud. So face them, look them in the eye, and promise we won't waste another second. Lesson 6. Act publicly. Break the cycle. Core truth. Fear thrives in silence. Doubt multiplies in secrecy. The longer you keep your intentions hidden, the easier they are to abandon. Your brain knows how to protect you. It will convince you to wait, hide, hesitate. Because as long as your goals are private, there's no accountability, no witnesses, no risk, no exposure. But here's the brutal truth. What you refuse to say out loud, you will never follow through on. If you want to break the cycle, you must make your decision public. Not for praise, not for validation, for war. Public action forces pressure, pressure forces follow through, and follow through breaks the cycle. Why secrecy is the real trap. You tell yourself you're keeping things private because you're not ready yet, because you're still thinking it through, because you want to make sure it's perfect before sharing. No, you're staying silent because you're afraid. Afraid to be seen starting small. Afraid to be laughed at. Afraid to be wrong. Afraid to commit to something that might not work. But silence is where goals go to die. Ideas buried in isolation become regrets. You don't need more privacy. You need pressure. Because when the world knows what you're doing, you either follow through or expose yourself as a liar. That's the kind of weight you need. The kind that forces you to rise. Lesson goal. This week, your mission is to step into the light, to declare your intention, to stop protecting your fear with silence, and to make public commitment your weapon of transformation. You will not whisper your goals anymore. You will shout them, and you will move, not when you feel like it, but because you said you would. The psychology of public action. Why does going public matter? It kills the illusion of safety. You're no longer protected by secrecy. It increases follow-through by force. Research shows public commitment boosts execution by over 80%. It forges identity. The moment you declare it, you become it. It removes the option to quit quietly. And that's exactly what you need. Going public is an act of war against your comfort zone. And the version of you that's been sleeping there must be destroyed. Implementation steps. Step 1. Choose the decision. You've been building toward this all week. You've faced fear. You've dismantled overthinking. You've applied the 10-10-10 rule. You've consulted your 80-year-old self. Now you know what needs to be done. Pick the one decision, goal, or commitment that matters most right now. Don't pick 5. Pick one. One real thing you've been avoiding. Step 2. Declare it publicly. There are no loopholes here. You must declare it. You must speak it, post it, or tell someone who will hold you to it. Say, I'm applying for the job by tomorrow. I'm launching this project on Friday. I'm ending this relationship today. I'm starting my new routine now. Keep it clear. Keep it simple. Keep it real. And once it's spoken, it becomes law. Step 3. Attach a deadline and share that too. Now that you've declared your decision, set the date and tell the world. The power isn't just in the declaration, it's in the clock that follows. You've told them what. Now tell them when. You are creating an arena for battle. And once you enter, there is no turning back. Step 4. Create stakes. If you want to truly force change, you need pain for failure. You need pressure. Attach consequences to inaction. This could be financial, social, reputational, physical. Send money to someone with instructions to burn it if you don't follow through. Promise a friend you'll perform something humiliating if you back out. Bet on your own execution. Your brain will not act unless it senses risk. So give it something to fear. Something greater than the fear of trying. Mindset shift. You've lived long enough in the shadows. You've whispered your potential in the dark. You've let fear disguise itself as humility. But none of that made you free. There is no honor in hiding, no glory in secrecy, and no transformation in silence. If you want to become someone new, you must kill the old version. And you do that by exposing yourself to the fire, not later. Now, the moment you say it out loud, everything changes. You're no longer allowed to pretend. You're no longer safe. And that's when you finally begin to live. Reflection prompts. What decision or goal have I been too afraid to say out loud? What lie have I been telling myself to justify staying silent? Who could I tell that would hold me to my word? What's the worst case scenario of going public? And is that worse than staying stuck? What version of me dies the moment I finally speak? Don't write for safety. Write to confront yourself. Your challenge this week. Pick your commitment. Declare it publicly. Set the deadline. Create consequences. Then move. Don't wait to feel ready. Don't wait for fear to disappear. Use fear as fuel. Because the world rewards those who act in the open. It rewards those who step forward, trembling but unshaken. It rewards those who are bold enough to say, "This is what I'm doing. Watch me." And when you act publicly, you not only break the cycle, you bury it. Final reminder. You've spent enough time thinking, enough time hiding, enough time being the person no one remembers because you never said what you were really here to do. No more. Speak, declare, move. Because the future belongs to those who burn the mask, destroy the escape hatch, and stand naked in the fire of accountability. This is where the old you dies. This is where the new one begins. To the returning warriors, you already know what this is. You've been walking through the fire, bleeding for your future, facing the mirror without flinching. And every time you come back stronger. You are the resistance. You are the movement. To those new to this isn't motivation. This is warfare. This is where comfort dies, and your true self is carved from the chaos. If you're tired of playing weak, tired of running from your reflection, tired of living someone else's script, then subscribe. Join the GrimFace movement. We don't chase hype. We build legacy. We don't wait for approval. We take ground. This is your initiation. Welcome to the other side. Subscribe. Comment below. What are you facing head on this week? And remember, The world won't hand you freedom. You'll have to rip it out of its hands. GrimFace never flinches. GrimFace never folds. GrimFace rises. Let's stop pretending. Let's stop pretending that you're stuck because you don't know enough. Let's stop pretending that it's some complicated secret. It's not. It's primal. It's coded into your brain. A 4-part machine, forged in fire, tested by time, designed for one thing: pursuit. You've got a system inside you that most people never learn to control. They spend their entire lives wondering why they start strong and crash in the middle, why they dream of greatness and wake up buried under the same routine, why the fire flickers, then dies, over and over again. But you're here to break that cycle, to take the raw wiring of your mind and weaponize it, to stop chasing ghosts and start building empires, to lock in, burn the bridge, and make the journey non-negotiable. The dark architecture. 4 brutal components, each one a monster, each one your servant or your executioner. Amygdala, the sentry, your internal alarm bell, the arousal engine. It doesn't care about your comfort. It screams at you when you're in danger. Yes, but also when you're on the edge of greatness. The problem is, most people misinterpret the signal. They feel anxiety and think it means stop. But that pressure in your chest, that pulse in your ears, that's the doorway. It's not fear. It's your nervous system begging you to move, begging you to evolve, begging you to stop being soft and start acting like you were born to win. Basal ganglia, the gatekeeper, split in 2. Go and no-go. You are either initiating action or you are denying your future. Every moment is a choice. Do I move forward or do I wait for nothing? Every day you hesitate, the no-go circuit grows stronger. It wraps chains around your ambition and buries your momentum. But when you act, when you move forward even 1 inch, you activate the go pathway. And that's how the brain learns who the hell you really are. Lateral prefrontal cortex, the timekeeper. It tracks your place on the path. It doesn't care how far you've come. It only cares where you are and where you said you'd be. If you don't understand time, if you don't understand how long real change takes, you will give up halfway through the storm. You will crawl back to comfort and call it wisdom. But comfort is a lie. Time is your test. And the clock is always watching. Orbital frontal cortex, the judge. This is where the pain hits, where your emotional state gets compared to your progress, where frustration threatens to crack your will, where self-pity tries to sabotage your rise. It whispers, maybe this isn't working. Maybe you should stop. Maybe you're not cut out for this. No. That's where you kill the noise. That's where you remind yourself. Every spike of discomfort, every ounce of frustration, every second of resistance is proof. Proof that the circuitry is changing. Proof that you're entering the storm of neuroplasticity. That you're literally reshaping your mind, cell by cell, into something unbreakable. The law of one. You think you're failing because you're not good enough. But the truth is, you're aiming at too many targets. You don't need 10 dreams. You don't need 5 goals. You need one. One goal, one fire. Pick it, Circle it. Name it. Everything else gets locked away. Not abandoned, just silenced. Because your bandwidth is limited. And this isn't about trying your best. This is about dominating one outcome with ruthless precision. We live in a world addicted to multitasking. But biology doesn't care about trends. It obeys focus. And focus obeys priority. Priority. Singular. The original word never had ands. Because only one thing can sit at the top. Only one thing can bend your entire nervous system toward victory. Choose your target. Define it. Not with vague hopes. With verbs. Don't say, I want to be rich. Say, I will create this. I will build that. I will sell, pitch, learn, invest, practice, execute. Don't say, I want to be fit. Say, I will lift heavy for 45 minutes, 4 times a week. I will run 15 miles. I will sleep 8 hours. Vague goals are fantasies. Verbs build legacies. Dare to aim high. Now that you've chosen, make it hard. Pick a target that hurts to think about. Something just beyond reach. Why? Because easy goals are silent killers. They don't trigger the arousal network. They don't wake up the beast inside. They lull you into mediocrity with the illusion of progress. Set a target that terrifies you, that forces you to become more than you are. Because growth is pain, and pain is the signal. You think failure is a sign to quit. Wrong. Failure is how the brain gets permission to change. Frustration is the code being rewritten. Anxiety is your compass. It means you're walking into transformation. So lean in, scream into the dark, and keep going. Visualize destruction. What do you do when you don't feel like it? When motivation dies? When your body is sluggish? When your mind says, not today? You visualize failure. You picture the grave of your dreams, the regret, the wasted months, the life you could have built, burning in the fire of your own excuses. You stare into that abyss. You make yourself sick with the thought of letting it all slip away. And in that darkness, something ignites. Dopamine. Not for pleasure, but for escape. For forward motion. That's your fuel. You don't need happy thoughts. You need a problem worth destroying. And when the fire returns, when you feel the goal burn in your bones, then you switch. You visualize the outcome, the win, the power, the reward. You summon the image of victory and let it guide your hand. This is the dual blade of the mind, fear and fantasy, pain and promise. Learn to wield both, or die half awake. Dominate the battlefield. Every day is war, and every session is a battle. So when you sit down to work, when you train, write, build, create, you prepare for hell. Start with vision, literally. Lock your eyes on a target. Narrow your focus. This isn't philosophy, it's physics. It triggers the brainstem, raises your blood pressure, releases alertness chemicals, increases dopamine. Your whole nervous system prepares for combat. It's primal, it's ancient, it's yours. And when the fatigue sets in, when the middle hours of your grind blur together, you attack again. Break the work into chunks. Divide the battlefield. Own the morning. Destroy the middle. Finish like a savage. And when you feel yourself fading, do it again. Visual. Breath. Action. That's your cycle. That's your command protocol. Lesson 1. Choose one goal. Burn the rest. Focus is lethal. Scatter is suicide. Most people don't fail because they're lazy. They fail because they're overwhelmed, drowning in ideas, smothered by ambition. Too many directions, not enough drive, trying to do everything, so they accomplish nothing. The hard truth? clarity is a kill switch. And the most brutal form of clarity is this. Pick one goal. Only one. The biology of focus. Your brain is not built to multitask across goals. You can handle many habits. But when it comes to true pursuit, real growth, deep transformation, your brain must light up one target and burn everything else. Why? Because goal pursuit uses up your dopaminergic system, your arousal networks, your cognitive energy. These are finite resources. Each additional goal you carry dilutes the signal, weakens the focus, and waters down your fire. One priority gives your nervous system a bullseye. It says, this is where we're going. Everything else waits. How to choose the right goal. This isn't just about picking what sounds good. You're choosing your battlefield. Ask yourself, what's the one thing I must change that will elevate everything else in my life? What, if accomplished, would make me dangerous? To mediocrity? To weakness? To my former self? What am I willing to sacrifice for? The right goal will feel heavy, a little terrifying, like fire in your gut and steel in your teeth. You'll know it's right, not because it's easy, but because you'd suffer for it. The commitment process. Dump everything. Write down every goal you've been thinking about. All of them. Business, body, relationships, skills, side hustles. Dump it out. Cross them out, one by one. Slash the ones you're not fully committed to. Slash the ones that can wait. Slash the ones you want just to impress others. Slash the ones you wish you could do but don't feel ready for. Circle the one. What remains, if you've been honest, is the one goal that actually matters. Circle it. This is the war you're about to wage. Give it a name. Don't leave it as an abstract idea. Turn it into a declaration. I will build a profitable business in 12 weeks. I will lose 15 pounds and rebuild my discipline. I will write and publish my first book. I will master the basics of investing and start building wealth. The ritual of sacrifice. Once you pick your one goal, there's a second step no one talks about. You must bury the rest, not forever, but for now. You must mentally and emotionally release every other ambition you're carrying. Because if you don't, if you keep telling yourself, I'll also try to squeeze this in, you are lying to yourself, and your nervous system knows it. That lie will kill your intensity before you even begin. So make it a ritual. Write down the other goals on a separate page. Fold it. Burn it. Tear it. Lock it away. Say out loud, this is the goal. All others bow to it. I will return for them later. But now, this one lives, and everything else dies. Time frame it. 12 weeks of war. This isn't a vague New Year's wish. You're declaring war for a specific time block. 12 weeks. Why 12 weeks? Long enough to make serious progress. Short enough to see the finish line. Sharp enough to keep urgency high. This isn't a lifestyle. It's a campaign. You're going to war with the parts of yourself that want comfort and distraction. Warning. Resistance will come. Once you pick your goal, life will fight you. You'll get great ideas for other projects. You'll get invited to events, distractions, emergencies. People will ask for your time. Your brain will whisper, maybe we should switch gears. That's the old circuitry trying to pull you back into the fog. Don't negotiate. Don't entertain alternatives. Protect the one goal like your life depends on it. Because in many ways, it does. The life you could live, the version of you that you're trying to become, depends on this execution. Checkpoint recap. Lesson 1. Actions. Write down every goal you have. Eliminate all but one. Circle it. Name it. Declare it. Bury or box the rest. Time frame it to 12 weeks. Guard it like a blood pact. This is how you begin. Not with noise, not with hype, but with ruthless clarity. Because once you pick the right goal, you've drawn your sword. And now the only direction is forward. One goal, one fire, no mercy. Lesson 2. Define the verbs, not the labels. Be rich is fantasy. Sell, build, invest, pitch is war. A goal without action is a lie. And most people are lying to themselves without even knowing it. They say they want to be successful. They say they want to be wealthy, strong, smart, fluent, free. But when you ask them what that actually looks like, they stutter. Why? Because they're focused on labels, not verbs. And labels don't move the needle. Verbs do. The brain demands clarity. Your nervous system doesn't get motivated by outcomes. It responds to effort, to motion, to repetition. You can write "be rich" on your mirror 1,000 times. Your brain doesn't care. But tell your brain, I will reach out to 10 new leads a day. I will create content. I will ship product. Now the circuitry activates. Now the basal ganglia fires up your go pathway. Now the amygdala releases the arousal. Now the dopamine starts flowing. Because now you're not daydreaming. You're working. Stop wishing. Start mapping. What separates the fantasy chasers from the real killers? They map their goals down to the verbs. They know that doing is where the war is won. Here's how you do it. Start with your goal. Make it specific. Example. I want to build a profitable online business in 12 weeks. Break it into clear action categories. Content creation, product development, outreach offer testing, revenue tracking. List the core verbs for each category. Write, record, edit, post, design, building launch, email, call, message, pitch, analyze, adjust, repeat. Quantify those verbs into a weekly plan. Write and post 3 pieces of content per week. Message 15 leads per week. Adjust offer copy every 7 days. Track weekly revenue every Sunday. Now you've created a war map, not a wish list. Now your brain knows what to expect, and it will meet you with focus, clarity, and resilience. Turn identity into action. You are not trying to become successful. You are executing as if you already are. This is how you flip identity into fuel. Don't say, I want to be a writer. Say, I write 500 words a day. Don't say, I want to be in shape. Say, I lift weights 3 times a week and eat clean 80% of the time. Don't say, I want to be a successful investor. Say, I study markets 30 minutes a day and allocate capital every Friday. This is the principle. Identity follows behavior, and behavior is built on verbs. You don't need to believe in yourself. You need to train yourself. Your belief will catch up later. Design the battlefield. Now that you have your verbs, you need to structure your environment for war. Pick the days and times when you will execute each verb. Block them on your calendar like meetings with a ruthless CEO. Eliminate distractions. Turn your phone off. Lock the door. When it's time to work, work. No mercy, no bargaining. This isn't about flexibility. It's about execution. You are a machine in motion. You don't run on emotion. You run on instruction. Track with brutality. Progress lives in data, not feelings, not vibes, data. So every week you ask, did I do the verbs I said I would do? How many sessions did I complete? What's working? What's failing? What will I adjust next week? If the answer is no, you don't make excuses. You refine the process. This is not shame. This is strategy. Track your verbs. Track your hours. Track the fire you brought, and if the fire was weak, add fuel. Checkpoint. Recap. Lesson 2. Actions. Write down your specific 12-week goal. Break it into categories of required effort. Identify the key verbs under each category. Quantify how many reps of each verb you'll complete per week. Lock your execution blocks into your schedule. Track your verbs weekly with brutal honesty. Adjust when needed. Never compromise on action. The world is full of dreamers. You are not here to dream. You are here to build. You are here to replace noise with movement, doubt with data, fantasy with force. This is how goals are crushed. This is how identities are formed. This is how killers rise from the fog. Define the verbs. Execute the verbs. Become the outcome. Lesson 3. Make it just out of reach. Easy goals won't wake up your brain. Hard ones will rebuild it. If your goal feels safe, it's probably worthless. If it feels easy, it won't change you. If you already believe you can achieve it without becoming someone new, then it's not a goal. It's a to-do list item pretending to be a purpose. And that's the difference between the average and the elite. The average look for what's attainable. The elite look for what's transformative. They chase the edge because they know that's where the rewiring begins. The science of discomfort. Your brain is a survival machine. It doesn't change unless it has to. And it never activates full neuroplasticity in the presence of ease. If you're coasting through your goal pursuit, your nervous system has no reason to evolve. It sees no threat. It registers no challenge. It remains unchanged. But when you push beyond what feels possible, when you step into resistance, frustration, and failure, your system gets the message. Adapt or die. That's when the brain opens the gates. That's when the old circuits break and new ones begin to form. That's when transformation becomes possible. And that's why easy goals are dangerous. They seduce you with false progress. But deep down, they change nothing. What is a stretch goal? A stretch goal is not fantasy. It's not impossible. It's not magic. It's a goal that sits just beyond your current skill set, mindset, or belief system. You don't know how to get there, yet. But you believe you could if you paid the full price. That's the key distinction. A stretch goal demands growth in action, growth in knowledge, growth in mental toughness, and the willingness to face consistent, controlled failure. It's not the goal that crushes you. It's your refusal to evolve that does. The stretch goal forces that evolution, if you allow it. Why easy goals are a lie. Easy goals don't push your arousal network hard enough. They don't activate your amygdala. They don't trigger the urgency that produces dopamine and drive. They allow you to feel busy without making real progress. They keep you safe while wasting your potential. You may even finish them, but you'll feel nothing. Because deep down, you know you didn't have to become anything new to achieve them. Real achievement is expensive. You buy it with discomfort, with risk, with self-confrontation. So stop asking, what's realistic? Start asking, what would scare me into evolving? How to set a stretch goal. Here's the framework. Choose your primary goal. You've already done this in lesson 1. Lock it in. Scale it up 20 to 40%. Whatever your initial target is, stretch it. Want to gain 5 pounds of muscle? Push for 7. Want to make $5,000? Push for $7,000. Want to write 10,000 words? Set the bar at 14,000. Add a transformation clause. Ask, what will this goal force me to become? If the answer is not much, It's still too small. Write the new version. Turn your safe goal into a stretch declaration. I will do more than I believe I can. I will achieve more than I think I'm ready for. I will suffer through the discomfort because that's where I'll change. Train your relationship with discomfort. You must stop interpreting discomfort as failure. You must start seeing it as the signal, as the necessary trigger for growth. When you feel overwhelmed, good. When you feel like quitting, good. When it feels like it's not working, perfect. That's the zone. That's where the nervous system starts listening. That's where the changes begin. But remember this, neuroplasticity doesn't happen during the stress. It happens after, during deep rest and sleep. So when it's hard and messy and full of failure, know this, you're planting seeds. And if you sleep, recover, and repeat, those seeds become power. The frustration threshold. The orbital frontal cortex is constantly evaluating how you feel during goal pursuit. It asks, is this working? Should we keep going? When the discomfort rises, this part of your brain wants to tap out. But now you know the truth. Discomfort equals forward movement. Your job is to reframe it. When frustration hits, breathe deeper. Remind yourself, this is the work. Visualize the circuitry rebuilding. Stay in the fight. Every time you do, you raise your threshold. You become harder to break. You forge a new baseline. Lesson 4. Build rituals of activation. Motivation is a lie. Ritual is power. Motivation is for amateurs. It comes and goes like the wind. It shows up when it wants to, and disappears the second you need it most. Relying on motivation is like building a fortress on sand. It may look strong on the outside, but the first wave of resistance will crush you. The elite don't wait to feel ready. They execute by ritual, not emotion. They create activation protocols, fixed patterns that train the brain to obey, no matter what. Why rituals beat? Motivation. The brain is a prediction machine. It loves consistency. It craves structure. And when you give it a ritual, it starts linking the process to performance. This isn't psychological fluff. This is hard biology. When your brain detects a repeated pattern, same time, same environment, same sequence of actions, it starts preparing for war before you even begin. Focus rises. Energy stabilizes. The go pathway in your basal ganglia fires up. You don't try to start. You just start. Because the ritual tells your system, it's time. The 3-stage activation ritual. Time lock. Choose a specific time of day you will begin your goal work. Tie it to a consistent event. Waking, finishing breakfast, after a workout. The more fixed it is, the faster your system adapts. Pre-action pattern. Create a short sequence to anchor your focus. For example, sit in the same chair. Set a timer. Breathe deeply for 30 seconds. Stare at a visual point. More on this later. Open your journal, planner, or task list. No negotiation rule. When the ritual starts, everything else ends. No checking your phone. No checking your emotions. The rule is simple. Start the work, regardless of how you feel. Repeat this ritual every day until it becomes unconscious. Until the sequence itself becomes the spark. Until you no longer need to try. You just execute. When to schedule activation. The brain has natural windows of heightened arousal. These are the hours where focus and performance spike, regardless of motivation. 30 minutes after waking, 3 hours after waking, 11 hours after waking. Use one of these windows for your most critical goal work. If you can't, fine. But whatever time you choose, own it. Train your system to expect performance at that hour. You don't rise to your level of motivation. You fall to your level of ritual. What if you don't feel like it? Let's be real. You will wake up some days and feel like quitting. You will hit your activation ritual and feel nothing. That's when you go deeper. That's when you visualize failure. Sit down, close your eyes, and picture yourself 12 weeks from now having done nothing. The shame, the regret, the missed opportunity, the knowledge that you had the fire, and let it die. Feel it, let it burn, and then let it push you into action. This isn't toxic. This is strategic. You are using darkness as a weapon because it works. Protect the ritual with your life. If you let life intrude on your ritual, it loses power. If you let people interrupt, your mind weakens. If you treat your ritual as optional, so will your results. So treat it like sacred ground. Silence your phone, close the door, announce to the world, this time is mine, and defend it, violently if necessary. You are not just doing tasks, you are reprogramming the most powerful machine on earth, your brain, one session at a time, one ritual at a time, until execution becomes your identity. Checkpoint recap. Lesson 4. Actions. Choose a specific time of day to begin your goal pursuit. Create a 3 to 5 step activation ritual to initiate every session. Perform that ritual daily until it becomes automatic. Use the body's peak performance windows when possible. 30 minutes, 3 hours, or 11 hours after waking. If unmotivated, visualize failure for 1 to 3 minutes to trigger the necessary urgency. Protect your ritual from all distractions and interruptions. Repeat until ritual becomes identity and action becomes non-negotiable. This is the edge, the difference between the masses and the dangerous, between those who dabble and those who dominate. When others wait for the mood, you execute through protocol. When others collapse in chaos, you anchor into routine. You don't rely on motivation. You manufacture movement. Build your ritual. Defend it like a fortress. Let it carry you through the fire. Lesson 5. Use visualization as a weapon. Feel the glory when you're driven. Feel the doom when you're not. Everyone talks about visualization like it's a light, fluffy, feel-good tool. But in the real world, it's not about daydreaming. It's about war. And if you know how to wield it, it becomes one of your most lethal mental weapons. Visualization isn't for fantasizing. It's for rewiring your brain, for dragging your nervous system into the state required for execution, for lighting up the reward circuits when you're hungry and the fear circuits when you're weak. Visualization is neurological ammunition. The brain doesn't know the difference between imagination and reality at the neurochemical level. Not completely. Visualizing an event, done correctly, can trigger the same circuits, the same dopamine, the same physiological preparation as the actual experience. But there's a catch. You have to do it with intensity and intention. You're not thinking positive. You're running simulations, strategically altering your brain chemistry, training your body to respond before the first move is even made. Elite athletes do this. Special forces operators do this. High performers in every domain do this. And now, so will you. 2 modes, 2 states, 2 triggers. There are 2 kinds of visualization, and each is used in a different state. When you're motivated, visualize success. When you're unmotivated, visualize failure. Why? Because your nervous system responds to different triggers depending on your current state. You don't always need hype. Sometimes, you need fear. When motivated, visualize success. You feel ready? You've done your ritual. You're leaning forward. Now it's time to load your nervous system with reward chemistry. Here's how. Sit still for 1 to 3 minutes. Close your eyes. Visualize the exact moment your goal becomes real. Picture the surroundings, the sounds, the faces. Picture yourself feeling it, not just seeing it. Lock in the emotion, pride, relief, strength, dominance. This moment isn't fiction. It's preparation. You are rehearsing success so that your body begins to crave it. This lights up your dopaminergic system. Your arousal rises, focus sharpens, and you enter the work with fire in your veins. When unmotivated, visualize failure. Here's the darker truth. Some days you won't want to move. You'll feel resistance. You'll procrastinate. You'll want to rationalize the delay. This is when the amateurs quit. This is when the professionals lean into fear. Visualization isn't always about feeling good. Sometimes it's about feeling bad enough to change. Here's the process. Sit down and close your eyes. Picture the version of yourself that quit. Picture the exact moment you let the goal go. Picture the look in your own eyes, the disappointment, the shame. Visualize the outcome. Stagnation, regret, decay. Now feel it. Let it sink in. Let it disgust you. You are not doing this to torture yourself. You are doing this to trigger survival energy. You are using the threat of regret as a weapon. This activates the amygdala, the brain's fear center. It raises your epinephrine, and that spike of arousal, that's the push. That's what gets you moving. Lesson 6. Kill the middle problem. Everyone starts strong. Everyone wants the end. The middle is where they die. The start is exciting. The end is rewarding. But the middle? That's where dreams rot. That's where most people disappear. Not because they're weak, but because they didn't expect the war to last that long. The middle is where your goal becomes real. Not imagined. Not visualized. Real. Through fatigue, resistance, and self-doubt. If you can't survive the middle, you will never reach the peak. So don't just endure it. Dominate it. What is the middle problem? The middle problem is a predictable crash in motivation that happens during any serious pursuit. It doesn't matter what you're doing. Training your body. Building a business. Writing a book. Learning a skill. You start full of energy. You finish with adrenaline. But somewhere between week 3 and week 9, or between minute 20 and minute 50, the fire fades. Progress slows. Doubt creeps in. And suddenly the goal feels further away than ever. This is not personal. This is biological. Why the middle hits so hard? In the beginning, dopamine spikes. You've just committed. You feel powerful. The brain rewards novelty. In the end, dopamine rises again. You can see the finish line. The system anticipates the reward. But in the middle, there's no novelty, no reward, only repetition, only resistance. Your brain sees this stretch of effort and asks, why are we still doing this? That's when most people stop. They think something's wrong, but nothing's wrong. They've just hit the middle problem. You must anticipate it. The middle problem is like a hidden trap buried in every long-term effort. It doesn't appear when you're energized. It appears when you're exposed, when the work becomes mechanical, when the progress becomes invisible. But here's the key. If you anticipate it, it loses its power. You no longer treat the middle as a crisis. You treat it as a checkpoint. You tell yourself, this was always part of the plan. Tactical solutions to the middle problem. You don't beat the middle with willpower. You beat it with structure, strategy, and pattern disruption. 1. Break the middle into micro stages. Instead of pushing through one long, painful stretch of work, divide it into smaller, manageable blocks. If your goal session is 60 minutes, break it like this: 0 to 20 minutes. Momentum phase, 20 to 40 minutes. Resistance phase, 40 to 60 minutes. Final push. Then break the resistance phase even further, 20 to 25 minutes. Target A, 25 to 30 minutes. Target B, 30 to 35 minutes. Re-engagement ritual, 35 to 40 minutes. Wrap up for push phase. Every chunk becomes a finish line. Your brain sees micro victories instead of one distant goal, and the perception of progress returns. 2. Reset your focus with visual targeting. When your energy dips, your focus follows. Combat this by returning to visual targeting. Pick a point ahead of you. Lock your gaze for 30 to 60 seconds. Breathe deeply. Trigger a wave of alertness. This spike in systolic blood pressure and norepinephrine resets your attention and extends your endurance. It's physiological, not motivational. 3. Add a midpoint mini ritual. Insert a 5-minute ritual halfway through your session to reset your mind. It could be a cold splash of water, deep breathing, standing meditation, quick journaling, shifting to a different environment. This breaks the loop of monotony. It signals to your brain, we're not fading, we're refocusing. Apply this to weekly and monthly blocks. The middle problem doesn't just hit daily sessions, it hits long-term cycles. Week 1, energy is high. Weeks 2 through 4, you're locked in. Weeks 5 to 8, the middle hits. Weeks 9 to 12, you sense the finish. The most dangerous zone is weeks 5 through 8. That's where most people give up. Solution: apply the same micro-chunking at the macro level. Break your 12-week goal into 3 phases. Initiation, weeks 1 through 4. Full focus on execution habits. Surge, weeks 5 to 8. Tighter routines, more tracking, stronger rituals. Execution, weeks 9 to 12. Push hard, visualize finish line, daily check-ins. By structuring the middle as a phase of war, you strip it of its power. Train to love the middle. Eventually, you want more than survival. You want to feel alive in the resistance. Because the middle is where growth compounds, where identity is forged, where your future self is carved out of exhaustion and friction. So stop asking, how do I get through the middle? Start saying, this is where I sharpen my edge. Every rep in the middle builds grit. Every session through fatigue adds steel to your spine. Every day you push when you don't want to. You win something no one can see, but everyone will feel. Checkpoint. Recap. Lesson 6. Actions. Understand that the middle problem is a natural biological dip in motivation. Anticipate it before it arrives. Expect resistance during the core of any session or cycle. Break your session into 3 phases: beginning, middle, end. Chunk the middle into small, timed blocks with micro goals. Use visual targeting to regain focus mid-session. Add a 5-minute midpoint ritual to disrupt monotony and refocus. Apply the same structure to your 12-week cycle. Split it into 3 4-week phases. Train yourself to love the grind. Use the middle to build endurance, discipline, and identity. The middle is not the enemy. It's the arena, where warriors are separated from talkers, where discipline is tested, where legends are made. So when the fire fades, relight it. When the drive dips, refocus it. And when the voices whisper stop, laugh and go harder. Kill the middle problem, or the middle will kill your goal. Lesson 7. Control your vision, control your mind. Your eyes are the steering wheel of your focus and fight. Your vision isn't just a passive tool for seeing the world. It's a trigger, a lever, a weapon embedded in your face. And if you learn to control it, you can command your state, on demand. Most people waste this weapon. They drift, they scroll, they scatter their attention, and their minds follow. Because where your eyes go, your nervous system follows. Your focus, your emotions, your performance. You don't just see the world. You program your body through how you look at it. Vision is a direct line to your nervous system. This is not a metaphor. It's biological fact. Your retinas are not separate from your brain. They are literally pieces of brain tissue that grew outward during development. You have two chunks of your central nervous system sitting behind your eyes. When you control what and how you look at something, you activate deep systems of arousal, attention, and alertness. There are two basic modes: panoramic vision, relaxed, wide, soft gaze, signals safety and calm; focused vision, narrow, targeted, locked gaze, signals danger, readiness, engagement. Most people never deliberately use either. They just react. They drift from screen to screen, from window to window, from distraction to distraction, never anchoring their focus, and their life reflects it. Locked gaze equals locked mind. When you narrow your gaze to a specific point and hold it, even for 30 to 90 seconds, you trigger a cascade of biological readiness: increase in systolic blood pressure, spike in norepinephrine and dopamine, heightened arousal from the brainstem, increased tunnel vision and task urgency, sharpened focus and reduction in internal chatter. This isn't a productivity hack. This is neurological warfare. You are taking control of your arousal system with your eyes. You are entering the zone deliberately, not by accident. How to use visual targeting. Visual targeting is a simple ritual with serious power. Use it before and during your goal pursuit sessions. Before the session, sit upright. Pick a single point in front of you, at eye level, about 1 to 3 feet away. Lock your eyes on it. Hold your gaze for 30 to 90 seconds. Breathe deeply and rhythmically. Feel your attention tighten. Feel your body prime for action. During the session, when focus fades, return to the visual point. Repeat for 30 seconds. Re-engage with your task immediately after. This resets your system. It spikes your arousal. It tells your mind, we're not done yet. The science behind the stare. When you engage in this focused stare, you activate the brainstem, which increases physical readiness; the prefrontal cortex, which sharpens cognitive focus; the dopamine system, which raises motivation; the autonomic nervous system, which prepares for effort. It's the same cascade your body uses before a fight, before a chase, before survival demands action. This is not calm. This is combat readiness, and you can access it anytime you choose. When to use panoramic vision. Just as focus is a weapon, so is relaxation. When fatigue sets in, when your brain starts overheating, you shift. Don't reach for your phone. Don't quit the session. Instead, soften your gaze. Look out a window. Relax your eyes and see the entire horizon or room. Avoid focusing on anything in particular. Breathe and allow your body to settle. This shifts your system from sympathetic, fight mode, to parasympathetic, reset mode. It lowers stress hormones. It resets your perception of effort. And it allows you to recover without leaving the battlefield. Train it until it's reflex. Most people use vision unconsciously. The elite use it with intent. Like a sword, like a shield, like a scalpel. You don't need apps. You don't need a coach. You need to train your eyes to trigger the state you want. Focus to engage. Panoramic to reset. Repeat until mastery. Over time, your brain will learn to associate locked vision with execution. Every time your eyes narrow, your system will respond. That's when you stop thinking and you start attacking. Checkpoint recap. Lesson 7. Actions. Understand that your eyes are part of your brain and directly control your focus and arousal. Practice visual targeting before each session. 30 to 90 seconds of locked gaze on a fixed point. Use this during sessions to reset focus and motivation when fatigue hits. Practice panoramic vision as a tool to relax your nervous system between efforts. Incorporate both forms of visual control into your daily rituals. Train them until they become automatic triggers for readiness and recovery. Use your eyes to command your mind, not react to your surroundings. Most people walk through life blind, not because they can't see, but because they don't know how to use what they're seeing. They let their vision drift, and their mind drifts with it. They let their eyes scatter, and so does their life. But not you. You now hold the lever, the switch, the gateway to full control over your state. Control your vision. Control your focus. Control your fate. To our returning GrimFace warriors, you already know what this is. You've felt the fire. You've walked through the dark. You've stared your weakness in the eye and kept marching forward. We see you. We respect you. And we rise with you. To those of you new to this movement, welcome to the other side. This isn't comfort. This isn't feel-good fluff. This is discipline. This is war. This is the path of those who refuse to be ordinary. If this spoke to you, if you felt something stir while the rest of the world slept, then you've already taken the first step. Subscribe to join the GrimFace movement. This is where we build the unbreakable, where we train for legacy, not likes, where we don't just survive, we dominate. No mercy, no excuses, just results. Welcome to GrimFace. Now get back to the fight. We've talked a lot about discipline. We've preached relentlessness, ruthless execution, pushing through the pain. And for good reason, because most people don't push at all. But today we take it deeper. Today we're not talking about brute force. We're talking about strategic discipline, the kind that lasts. Controlled force. The kind of power that doesn't just burn hot, it burns long. Because if you want to win this game, it's not enough to go hard. You have to go smart. Let's get into it. They preach hustle like it's gospel. They glorify the grind like it's holy. They scream discipline like it's the cure for everything broken in your life. But they forget one thing. They forget the cost. Because if you push too hard for too long, you don't end up rich. You don't end up free. You end up broken, wasted in the ruins of your own ambition. Let's strip away the noise. Let's burn the false idols they built out of willpower and caffeine. Let's talk about what it really takes to reach the mountaintop. Not just to arrive there, but to survive the climb. And that begins with a bitter truth. Discipline alone is not enough. You are the rider, and your body and your mind, that's the horse. Your consciousness sets the direction. It's the part of you that dreams, that wants, that knows there's more to life than what you've been handed. But the horse is the engine. It's your biology, your psychology, your nervous system, your energy levels, your hormones, your habits, your thoughts, your body. And here's the paradox. You can command the horse, but you cannot abuse it. Imagine this. You're on a long journey. At the end of this path is wealth, freedom, power, everything you ever wanted. And in the beginning, the horse is full of energy. It charges down the road. You feel unstoppable. You fall in love with the speed, the momentum. You think, I've cracked it. This is it. I'll be rich in no time. But then, one day the horse slows down. Then it stumbles. Then it refuses to move. So what do? You whip it. You shout at it. You feed it motivational quotes and punish it for being tired. But the horse doesn't care about your ambition. It doesn't care about your vision board. If it breaks, the journey ends. This is where most people fall apart. Not because they're lazy, not because they don't want it badly enough, but because they never learned the real skill. Not the discipline to go hard every day, but the discipline to stop. They call it the discipline paradox because it feels like betrayal. We've been brainwashed to believe that rest is weakness, that if you're not grinding, you're falling behind, that slowing down is for the mediocre. So we push harder. We sacrifice sleep. We skip meals. We isolate. We throw every ounce of energy into the fire, believing it's noble. But here's the brutal truth. Burnout doesn't care how noble you were. You can't sprint through a marathon and becoming a millionaire. It's not a 30-day challenge. It's a 7-year war. A war against mediocrity. A war against your old self. A war against temptation. But most of all, a war against your own self-sabotage. Think of energy like currency. Every day you start with a full battery. But when you overwork today, you're not just spending today's energy. You're borrowing tomorrow's. And the day after. And the day after that. You're going into energetic debt. And just like financial debt, eventually the bill comes due. And when it does, it takes more than money. It takes your sanity, your health, your ability to focus, your will to continue. Let me ask you something. Have you ever woken up at 3 a.m., mind racing, solving problems that don't even exist yet? Have you ever pushed through sickness, exhaustion, emotional numbness, thinking that's what winners do? Have you ever felt that deep emptiness, like something inside you is just gone? That's not success. That's burnout. That's forced rest. That's your body saying, if you won't stop, I will make you. The great lie of this generation is that success is about more hours, more hustle, more sacrifice. But the truth is, it's about sustainability. Can you keep going without destroying yourself? Because the goal is not to collapse at the finish line. The goal is to arrive stronger than when you started. Clearer, smarter, wiser, more powerful. That's why we must rewire how we think about discipline. Real discipline isn't going hard. Real discipline is knowing when to pull back, knowing when to sleep, when to eat, when to disconnect, when to recover, so that when it's time to strike, you strike with power. Controlled rest is not a retreat. It's a strategic reload. It's stepping back to charge the weapon, to sharpen the blade, to recalibrate the mind. Because when the next battle comes, you don't want to be half dead from the last one. You see, the weak rest after they collapse. The strong, they rest before. They schedule it. They plan for it. They protect their engine. Because they know, if the engine dies, the empire dies with it. And here's what no one tells you. If you learn this now, If you master this paradox before it breaks you, you won't just be rich. You'll be resilient. You'll be the one who outlasted them all. While the others crash, quit, or fade, you'll still be moving because you treated your body like the vehicle to freedom, not a slave to be whipped. Let them mock your rest. Let them laugh at your silence. Let them run full speed toward their own breakdown. We don't move like them. We don't burn out for applause. We're in this for the long haul, for legacy, for generational wealth, for sovereignty. And that path, that long, ruthless, rewarding path, belongs to those who respect the ride. So when you feel exhausted, listen. When your thoughts get foggy, pause. When your motivation dies, check the engine, because there is no medal for dying on the path. There's only glory for those who reach the summit and live to build empires. Lesson 1. Reprogramming your definition of discipline. Core objective. Destroy the toxic idea that discipline means constant motion, pressure, or suffering. Rebuild a new definition that centers on strategic sustainability. Because here's the truth. Discipline is not about pushing yourself 24/7. Discipline is about directing your energy wisely over time. It's not go hard every day. It's stay in the game long enough to win. Until you rewrite your internal script, your behavior will continue to reflect outdated and destructive models of grind culture. Part 1. What you were taught, the false discipline doctrine. Most of us were raised on toxic motivation. You sleep, you lose. No pain, no gain. Work while they sleep. Grind while they party. It sounds powerful. It sounds intense. But ask yourself, who benefits from this model of relentless sacrifice? Is the goal to feel productive or to actually produce? How long can that version of you survive before something breaks? This version of discipline turns you into a machine. But you're not a machine. You're human. Machines overheat too, but at least they have warning lights. You were taught to ignore yours. Part 2. What real discipline is, the upgrade. Let's rebuild your definition of discipline into something sustainable and high-performing. The new discipline formula. Discipline equals strategic direction plus cyclical recovery plus emotional awareness. This means you know what needs to be done. You know when to rest without guilt. You know how to time your energy and effort with precision. You know when to pull back and recalibrate without shame. Real discipline is not loud. It doesn't scream. It's calculated, quiet, focused. It knows when to strike and when to stand still. Part 3. Mind rewiring exercise. Rewrite the rules. Journal exercise. Take 15 to 20 minutes. Answer the following questions. What is my current definition of discipline? Be brutally honest. Where did it come from? What do I fear will happen if I stop? Where has this definition caused me pain, burnout, or sabotage? Think of a time you pushed too far and paid the price. What is my new definition of discipline going forward? Make it personal. Build it with clarity. Example: discipline is giving 100% to the task and 100% to recovery, not 120% to burnout. Part 4. Mantras to install the new belief. Repeat these daily until they become second nature. Rest is not weakness. It is a weapon. Discipline is not constant motion. It is controlled direction. If I want to last, I must master my pace. I don't grind. I operate. Monks didn't hustle. Samurai didn't rush. I don't need to either. Choose one. Write it down. Post it on your wall. Make it your screen background. Remind yourself daily. Part 5. Action step. Audit your current behavior. Do this tonight. Open your calendar or planner. Look at your week. Count how many hours are output, work, training, deep focus. Count how many hours are input, sleep, recovery, peace, reflection. If your ratio is 90% output and 10% recovery, you are already in burnout debt. Fix it now. Adjust your upcoming week to include 1 full low-output evening or morning, 1 digital detox window, several short recovery breaks between high-effort work blocks. Part 6. Integration Challenge. 7 days. For the next 7 days, implement this practice. Start each day by checking your internal battery. Ask, what's my capacity today? Not, how much can I cram in, but what can I do well? Schedule 1 intentional recovery ritual each day. This could be a walk, a book, a long shower, meditation, music, or creative play. Anything that resets the system. End the day with a 5-minute reflection. Ask, what drained me today? What restored me? Did I act with discipline or compulsion? Do this consistently for 1 week. Observe the difference in how you feel and perform. Final words for Lesson 1. You've been lied to about discipline. You were taught to obey productivity, not master performance. Now, you're reclaiming your power. This is your reset. From now on, you move differently. You don't burn out. You don't chase exhaustion. You play the long game. Let them glorify chaos. Let them worship the grind. We win with patience, with power, and with precision. And we don't just arrive, we dominate. Lesson 2. Identify your rider and your horse. Core objective. Understand the difference between your conscious self, the rider, and the body and mind that carry you, the horse. Learn to manage both with respect and clarity. Most people fail because they try to force their way through life using nothing but brute willpower. They think motivation is enough. They think their mind and body are machines. But they're not. You are 2 parts. The rider, your awareness, your goals, your vision. The horse, your mind and body. The vehicle, the power source, the limitation. To win long term, you must know how to command the rider without breaking the horse. Part 1. Understand the 2 parts of you. The rider is your conscious mind. It plans. It dreams. It sets goals. It decides where to go. The horse is your subconscious mind and body. It handles your emotions, your habits, your energy, your health, your automatic responses. The rider may have the destination in mind, but the horse does the walking. And if the horse is sick, tired, untrained, or abused, it doesn't matter how motivated the rider is. You're not going anywhere. Part 2. Why most people fail. Most people either ignore the horse. They whip it, force it, starve it, treat it like a slave. Eventually it collapses and they burn out. Let the horse lead. They surrender control to emotion, comfort, and habit. They wander in circles and never get anywhere meaningful. Success demands a 3rd way. Lead with the rider, but respect the horse. The rider sets the direction. The horse moves at a pace that can be sustained. This is mastery, and it begins with awareness. Part 3. Daily awareness practice. Start developing your internal communication. Each morning, take 5 minutes and ask yourself, what is my horse telling me today? Am I rested? Energized? Calm? Am I forcing myself to perform or preparing myself to perform? Each evening, ask yourself, did I treat my horse with care today? Did I ask too much and give too little back? What signals did I ignore? These questions may seem simple, but over time, they will train you to recognize burnout, misalignment, and energy leaks before they destroy your progress. Part 4. Commanding without crushing. The rider must be firm, but not cruel. You need a standard, a direction, a goal. But you cannot force the horse beyond its limits without consequence. Leadership is not domination. It is cooperation. So start asking, what kind of food fuels me best? What kind of sleep restores me most? What habits deplete me even when I'm being productive? What environments uplift or drain me? This is not soft. This is strategy. You don't bring a racehorse to the battlefield. You train a war horse to endure the long campaign. Part 5. Set boundaries between rider and horse. Most burnout comes from confusion between goals and capabilities. You expect the horse to perform like a machine just because your rider wants results now. You need to set boundaries like no caffeine after a certain hour, no screen time in bed, no skipping meals to hit deadlines, no stacking work sprints back to back without a break. These rules are not restrictions. They are agreements between the rider and the horse, and they keep both parts of you operating at full capacity. Part 6. Integration Challenge, 7 days. For the next 7 days, implement this practice. Spend 2 minutes every morning checking in with your horse. Ask, how do I feel? What do I need today? Keep your daily energy tracker. Identify trends in what helps and what harms your momentum. End each day by reflecting. Did I honor my horse today? Did I lead wisely or force blindly? Final words. For Lesson 2. You are not just a mind. You are not just a body. You are a fusion, a commander with a vehicle. Your vision will carry you far, but your body and your mind are the only vessel you get. And if you destroy them in the name of discipline, you'll never reach the finish line. Learn to lead. Learn to listen. Learn to ride without breaking the horse. Because true power is not found in domination. It's found in cooperation with yourself. Lesson 3. Detecting early burnout signals. Core objective. Train yourself to recognize the early warning signs of mental, physical, and emotional exhaustion before you collapse. Burnout doesn't strike all at once. It creeps in silently and slowly. And if you don't know the signals, you won't stop until it's too late. This lesson is about detection, not after damage, but before. Part 1. Burnout is not a weakness. Let's make one thing clear. Burnout is not the result of laziness. It is the result of extended periods of output without replenishment. It is your body and mind screaming for balance, but being ignored. The world tells you to push through, to man up, to get over it. But no one wins a war on a broken leg, and no one builds an empire while mentally and emotionally paralyzed. Part 2. Understand the signals. Burnout never comes unannounced. It just whispers first. Here are common signals to watch for. You wake up already tired, even after sleep. You lose interest in things you normally enjoy. Your brain feels foggy. Focus is difficult. You get irritated easily by small things. You start avoiding people, calls, or decisions. You feel emotionally flat, anxious, or overwhelmed. You crave distraction, stimulation, junk food, or quick dopamine. These are not random. They are early warnings. And if you ignore them long enough, they evolve into full shutdown. Part 3. Personalize your burnout profile. Burnout looks different for everyone. You need to learn your specific pattern. Take 10 minutes and reflect on the last time you burned out or broke down. What led up to it? How did your body feel? What thoughts did you notice? What habits started to shift? Now create your burnout profile. My early burnout signs include. My typical burnout triggers include. This profile will become your map. Use it. Part 4. The difference between fatigue and burnout. Fatigue is normal. It comes from effort. Burnout is different. It comes from chronic imbalance. Here's how you know the difference. Fatigue is solved with rest. Burnout is solved with recovery and realignment. Fatigue still allows for motivation. Burnout kills it completely. Fatigue is physical. Burnout is systemic. It affects mind, body, and soul. When fatigue becomes persistent, and no amount of sleep seems to fix it, burnout is on the horizon. Part 5. Your new rule. Stop before collapse. From this moment on, adopt this rule. I do not wait to collapse before I rest. I rest to prevent collapse. This mindset shift alone will save you months, maybe years, of recovery. If you only stop once you're broken, your body will make the decision for you. That is called forced rest, and it is brutal. You will lose time, motivation, and momentum. But if you stop early, strategically, you stay in control. That is called controlled rest, and it is power. Part 6. Create a daily burnout check-in. Take 60 seconds at the end of each workday. Ask yourself, was I present today, or just going through the motions? Did I feel foggy, emotional, or unusually reactive? Did I neglect food, hydration, movement, or connection? Am I experiencing any of my personal burnout signals? Do I need recovery tomorrow? Or am I strong enough to keep going? Track these answers in a journal or app. Review them weekly to see trends. This is not busy work. This is your self-preservation strategy. Part 7. Integration challenge. 7 days. For the next 7 days, implement this protocol. Morning scan. Ask yourself, how's the horse today? Am I rested, sharp, and motivated, or running on fumes? Midday break. Schedule a 15-minute pause at the halfway point of your day. Step away. No screens, no inputs. Just observe how you feel. Evening audit. Review your burnout signals. Write one line about how you feel, and adjust your next day accordingly. You are not weak for resting. You are smart for noticing early. The warrior who sees the ambush before it strikes wins. Final words for Lesson 3. Burnout is not a badge of honor. It is not proof of your commitment. It is not required for greatness. It is a symptom of imbalance, a product of ignoring the horse. You are here to win long-term, to stay dangerous, to stay sharp, to stay focused. And that only happens when you have the wisdom to pause before the breakdown and the power to choose recovery before the collapse. This is not softness. This is strategy. This is self-command. And this is how you take control of your future. Lesson 4. Controlled rest versus forced rest. Core objective. Learn to rest by choice, not by collapse. Controlled rest is intentional and empowering. Forced rest is chaotic and destructive. The most disciplined people in the world are not those who push the hardest, but those who know when to stop and how to recover without guilt. This lesson teaches you how to integrate recovery into your life as a high-performance tool, not as a last resort when burnout takes everything from you. Part 1. The lie about rest. We've been taught that rest is for the weak, that if you're resting, you're falling behind, that success demands non-stop action, non-stop sacrifice, and zero downtime. This is false, and more importantly, it's deadly. The truth is this: rest is not laziness. Rest is not failure. Rest is how you reload your weapon. No warrior charges into battle with an empty magazine. No elite operator ignores their recovery protocol. Only the undisciplined believe that exhaustion equals excellence. Part 2. Understand forced rest. Forced rest is what happens when you ignore your signals for too long. You push, you overwork, you ignore fatigue, anxiety, and brain fog. Until suddenly, you crash. Forced rest looks like getting sick out of nowhere, falling into depression or apathy, losing interest in everything, constant exhaustion, no matter how much sleep you get, being unable to focus for more than a few minutes, feeling mentally and emotionally detached. This kind of rest is not healing. It is survival. It is your body revolting. It is your mind shutting the system down before it kills itself. You don't want this. It is slow, hard to recover from, and often leaves emotional damage in its wake. Part 3. What is controlled rest? Controlled rest is the opposite. It is chosen and strategic. It is built into your week, your workflow, and your identity as a high-functioning human being. Controlled rest is scheduled recovery time, low-stimulus activities to reset your nervous system, time for reflection, solitude, reading, or creativity, restoration before the collapse, guilt-free and intentional. It doesn't cost you momentum. It preserves your momentum, and it builds the internal strength to perform consistently over time. Part 4. Learn to plan. Rest like you plan work. If rest is not on your calendar, it won't happen. And if it doesn't happen, burnout becomes inevitable. Begin by asking, when is my energy naturally lowest during the week? What activities feel restorative to me? How do I know when I need to step back? Now choose one full day per week where you do not push. Use this day to recover your mental and emotional reserves. Avoid deep work. Avoid long to-do lists. Avoid stress. Rest is not just sleep. It is active recovery. It's time spent doing things that bring clarity, stillness, peace, or joy without draining you. Part 5. Ritualize your rest. Make rest a ritual, not a reward. Something sacred, something strategic. Here are examples of controlled rest rituals. Evening detox. No screens after 8 p.m. Read or journal before sleep. Morning. Silence. No social media or notifications for the first hour of the day. Weekend recovery block. A 4-hour window on Saturday or Sunday where you do only what restores you. Mental reset days. A monthly day with no obligations. Just reflection, movement, nature, or creative expression. These are not indulgences. They are fuel for performance. The better your recovery, the sharper your execution. Part 6. Create a personal rest framework. Write your rest agreement. My most effective form of rest is: I begin to need rest when I notice. My weekly rest schedule will include: when I feel guilt around resting, I will remind myself, this is your foundation. This is the contract you make with yourself as someone who is here for the long haul. Part 7. Integration challenge. 7 days. For the next 7 days, implement controlled rest into your routine. Block out at least one full evening or morning as a no-work recovery period. Protect it with the same intensity you would a business meeting. Choose one rest ritual to practice daily. It can be silence, journaling, walking, light stretching, or reflection. Track your performance, energy, and clarity before and after rest. Note how your recovery affects your ability to execute. You'll notice something powerful. You don't lose time when you rest. You gain sharpness. You gain control. You gain power. Final words for Lesson 4. Rest is not the enemy of greatness. Rest is its requirement. You were not made to run until you collapse. You were made to move with intention and recover with wisdom. let others burn out trying to prove something. Let them collapse in the name of discipline. You will move differently. Because you know the truth. Rest is not a luxury. Rest is a tactic. And if used properly, it becomes your advantage. Lesson 5. Cyclical discipline. Work and rest rhythms. Core objective. Develop a sustainable rhythm between focused work and intentional recovery. High performance does not come from constant output. It comes from working in cycles, knowing when to push, when to maintain, and when to pull back. This lesson teaches you how to structure your week and daily workflow based on your natural energy patterns so that discipline becomes sustainable, not self-destructive. Part 1. The myth of linear productivity. You've been told that the ideal schedule looks like this. Wake up early. Work non-stop for 12 hours. Repeat every day of the year. But this is not how humans are designed to operate. This is how machines operate until they break down. You are not a machine. You are cyclical. You function in patterns. And the key to consistent success is learning to work with your cycles, not against them. Part 2. Understand your natural energy flow. You have multiple energy cycles at play. Daily cycles. Most people experience natural highs and lows in energy and focus throughout the day. Weekly cycles. Energy is typically higher earlier in the week and lower near the end. Monthly cycles. Emotional, physical, and cognitive states can shift throughout the month. Start by observing. When during the day, do you feel most alert and creative? When do you feel drained or distracted? Are your Mondays energetic or sluggish? What about Fridays? Begin building your routine around your strongest hours, not in opposition to them. Part 3. Structure your week into phases. Divide your week into 3 distinct modes. This helps manage energy, avoid burnout, and sustain momentum. Phase 1. Build days, Monday and Tuesday. High output, deep work, strategic thinking. Use these days to tackle your biggest priorities and make major progress. Phase 2. Flow days, Wednesday and Thursday. Moderate work, maintenance tasks, creative projects. Focus on steady momentum without pushing to the limit. Phase 3. Recovery days, Friday to Sunday. Rest, reflection, low-pressure tasks, planning. Use this time to recharge and realign. This structure creates rhythm. It balances intensity with intention. It honors the discipline paradox by pacing your power. Part 4. Use the ultradian rhythm for daily output. Humans function best in focused bursts, not long, uninterrupted marathons. This is known as the ultradian rhythm. Work in 90-minute blocks. Rest for 15 to 30 minutes between blocks. During those breaks, move your body. Hydrate. Breathe. Step away from screens. Every focused sprint should be followed by a full disengagement. This restores your mental sharpness and protects against fatigue buildup. Part 5. Respect the cycle. Cyclical discipline means you go hard when you're strong. You coast when you're average. You recover when you're drained. This is not weakness. It is elite-level self-management. Discipline is not about staying at 100% every day. It's about learning how to operate at 80% consistently, rather than crashing from trying to hold 120%. Let the others burn out on Monday and crawl through Friday. You will move with intention, every step of the way. Part 6. Integration Challenge. 7 days. For the next 7 days, implement cyclical discipline using this protocol. Track your energy hourly for 3 days. Write down your alertness and mood from morning to night. Identify peak performance windows. Break your day into 90-minute work blocks. Use a timer. After each block, step away for 15 to 30 minutes before returning. Redesign your weekly schedule based on output levels. Plan Monday and Tuesday for intensity. Reserve Friday to Sunday for low output or recovery work. End each day by rating your energy and focus, 1 to 10. Adjust your workload based on these trends. By the end of the week, you'll have a clear map of when to push, when to pause, and how to sustain performance without burnout. Final words for Lesson 5. Discipline is not static. It flows. It breathes. If you try to operate like a machine, you will break like one. But if you learn your cycles, master your rhythm, you will become unstoppable. Work when you're sharp. Recover when you're drained. Repeat with intention. Because this game is not about speed. It's about stamina. And those who master cyclical discipline don't just survive, they dominate. Lesson 6. Stop borrowing energy from the future. Core objective. Recognize and eliminate the hidden habit of overextending your mental and physical energy. Learn to manage your daily, weekly, and monthly output in a way that prevents energetic debt, a state of depletion that destroys motivation, consistency, and clarity. This lesson is about sustainability. It is about stopping the cycle of going all in today and paying the price tomorrow. It is about learning how to protect your reserves so you always have power when you need it. Part 1. What is energetic debt? Energetic debt happens when you use more mental, physical, and emotional energy than you can replenish in a given cycle. It's like borrowing money on a credit card. You get the surge today, but you pay interest tomorrow. Eventually, the balance becomes unmanageable. Your body and mind operate the same way. Examples of energetic debt include working late and sacrificing sleep repeatedly, pushing through illness or stress without recovery, ignoring your emotional needs to appear productive, living in survival mode for weeks without a break. It may work for a while, but eventually you crash, and the recovery takes far longer than the original output. Part 2. Spot the signs of energy borrowing. Here are common indicators that you are spending energy you do not have. You feel drained before the day even begins. You begin resenting your work or relationships. You start fantasizing about escape or disappearing. You rely more on caffeine, sugar, or stimulants. You experience low motivation, apathy, or anxiety for no clear reason. You feel guilty during downtime because it reminds you how empty you are. These signs reveal that you are borrowing from your future self. If you continue, you will not just lose productivity, you will lose connection to yourself. Part 3. Understand energy as a budget. Think of your energy like a bank account. Every day, you wake up with a balance. Every task, conversation, decision, and stressor makes a withdrawal. Rest, nutrition, joy, movement, and silence make deposits. When you overdraw your account, your performance suffers. Your creativity dies. Your resilience vanishes. Your health declines. High-level performers are not the ones who spend the most. They are the ones who manage their energy the most effectively. Part 4. Stop overworking. Through crisis thinking. One of the most damaging habits is telling yourself, I just need to get through this week. After this project, I'll rest. This is just a busy season. That season becomes months, then years. And one day, your body pulls the emergency brake. You must stop waiting for the storm to end. You must learn to build shelter in the middle of it. The longer you delay rest and recovery, the longer the repair process becomes. Eventually, you lose more time than you ever saved. Part 5. Build an energy deposit system. Your energetic wealth depends on what you do to replenish. Here are high-impact energy deposits. Deep sleep, 7 to 9 hours per night consistently. Clean nutrition and hydration. Regular movement, not just intense workouts. Intentional silence and solitude. Gratitude or journaling practices. Low stimulation, joyful experiences, e.g., walking, hobbies, reading, meaningful conversations and relationships. Schedule these deposits into your calendar the same way you schedule work. Energy is not automatic. It is earned through intentional investment. Part 6. Integration Challenge. 7 days. For the next 7 days, use the system to manage your energy. Create your personal energy budget. List all tasks and assign a weekly cap based on your capacity. Track your daily energy spending. Reflect each evening. Where did I spend too much? Where did I invest wisely? Plan 2 major energy deposits this week. These should be immersive, restorative, and non-negotiable. Catch yourself when you borrow from the future. If you overextend, reduce the load the next day. Do not double down. Final words for Lesson 6. You cannot become your future self by draining your present self. You cannot build wealth, power, or purpose on energetic bankruptcy. Those who win this game are not the ones who fight hardest every day. They are the ones who manage their power over years without collapsing. Protect your reserves. Honor your limits. Invest in recovery with the same fire you invest in execution. Because true discipline is not about how much you can give. It's about how well you preserve the parts of yourself that allow you to keep giving. Lesson 7. Integrate the rest ritual. Core objective. Normalize recovery as a structured, non-negotiable part of your routine. Rest should not be a reward after burnout. It should be a built-in ritual that protects your performance, sharpens your mind, and sustains your discipline over time. This lesson is about habitual restoration. You will learn how to ritualize rest, so it becomes part of your identity, not something you earn through suffering. Part 1. Rest is a ritual, not a reward. Most people treat rest like a finish line. They tell themselves they can only stop when everything is done, when the project is complete, when they've hit their goal, when they've proven themselves. But everything is never done. There's always more. And if you only rest at the edge of collapse, you'll never recover fully. You'll just survive in cycles of breakdown and recovery. The solution is to ritualize rest. To make it as consistent as brushing your teeth, eating a meal, or preparing for a meeting. Not optional, not emotional, just part of the system. Part 2. The cost of neglected recovery. Failure to ritualize rest leads to chronic fatigue, even after sleep, emotional numbness or agitation, mental fog and inconsistent focus, lack of creativity, excitement or motivation, escapism through food, social media, or substances, shallow reactive decision-making, long-term breakdowns that require forced rest. You cannot build a life of strength, power, and clarity if your nervous system is stuck in survival mode. If you want to execute with precision, you must build recovery into the blueprint, not hope to find it when things slow down. Part 3. Define your recovery preferences. Rituals only work when they are personalized and repeatable. Not all rest is equal. Scrolling on your phone is not recovery. Neither is watching chaotic media or over-consuming food. To build a rest ritual, ask yourself, what actually restores my body and mind? What calms my nervous system without numbing me? What activities feel peaceful, grounding, or life-giving. Now define your go-to recovery rituals in 3 categories: physical recovery, stretching, walking in nature, warm showers or baths, napping or breathwork; mental recovery, reading something meaningful, journaling, disconnecting from screens, listening to calming or ambient music; emotional recovery, talking with someone who grounds you, practicing gratitude, creating art, or engaging in a hobby; spending time in silence. Choose one from each category. Rotate them weekly. Part 4. Create your daily rest ritual. Start simple. Choose a non-negotiable ritual that you will practice every single day, no matter how busy, tired, or unmotivated you feel. Examples include 15 minutes of journaling after work, a nightly walk with no phone, a morning routine of silence before engaging with the world, a fixed bedtime routine that includes stretching, gratitude, and no screens. What matters most is consistency, not intensity, not variety. Consistency. Even 10 minutes of intentional recovery each day compounds over time into resilience, clarity, and emotional strength. Part 5. Build a weekly recovery cycle. Recovery is not just a daily process, it is a weekly rhythm. Design your week with the same intentionality as your work calendar. Include 1 low-pressure evening dedicated to full restoration, 1 half-day with no performance tasks, no deadlines, meetings, or goals, a Sunday ritual to reflect, reset, and prepare the mind for the week ahead. This is how you stay sharp while others collapse. You do not just move fast, you move with rhythm, strategy, and longevity. Part 6. Eliminate guilt around rest. Many high performers struggle with guilt when resting. They feel they are falling behind or wasting time. This mindset is not strength. It is internalized self-abuse, disguised as ambition. To reframe this guilt, use these affirmations. Rest is how I rebuild power. Every moment of true rest sharpens my next move. I rest because I'm building for the long term, not sprinting for validation. Slowing down is not stopping, it's refueling. Repeat these daily. Write them down. Speak them aloud when guilt rises. Make them part of your mental operating system. Part 7. Integration Challenge. 7 days. For the next 7 days, implement the rest ritual into your routine. Choose a daily ritual and commit to it without fail. Example: 15 minutes of evening journaling or a 30-minute nature walk. Block 1 recovery evening this week. No work, no stimulation, just intentional restoration. Plan your next Sunday ritual. Reflect on what worked, what didn't, and how you feel. Adjust your recovery system as needed. Monitor how you feel before and after each ritual. Record your clarity, emotional state, and energy. Observe the impact. Final words for Lesson 7. Rest is not a reward for pain. It is not the final step after exhaustion. It is the ongoing practice that keeps you focused, calm, creative, and dangerous. The most disciplined people are not the ones who work the longest. They are the ones who know how to recover with intention and rise with clarity every time they fall. Let the world burn out in chaos. Let them chase validation through exhaustion. You will move differently, with control, with wisdom, with the power that only comes through restoration. Lesson 8. Long-term strategic execution. Core objective. Develop a system that allows you to pursue long-term goals, like financial freedom, health, creative mastery, or business growth, without burning out or breaking down. The goal of this final lesson is to bring everything together and help you build a strategy that lasts not for weeks or months, but for years. This is not about intensity. It is about endurance. The people who succeed are not the ones who move the fastest. They are the ones who never stop moving, because they built a system that works over time. Part 1. Success is a long game. Most people approach success like a sprint. They want fast money, fast results, fast progress. They want to become someone new overnight. So they push as hard as they can, for as long as they can, until they break. But real success is a long journey, 7 years or more in most cases. It takes time to build the right habits, earn the right opportunities, and sharpen the right mindset. If your system cannot sustain 7 years of progress, then it will collapse under its own weight. Your goal is not speed. Your goal is survival with momentum. Part 2. Vision must be paired with structure. Having a clear goal is not enough. You must design a system that allows you to move toward that goal without exhausting your resources. This means pacing your effort throughout the week and month, knowing your peak and low performance cycles, strategically scheduling recovery, avoiding energetic debt, prioritizing consistency over intensity. A 7-year goal requires a 7-year operating system, and that system must be structured to survive failure, fatigue, and real life. Part 3. Build a 7-year vision map. This is where strategy meets direction. Write out your long-term target and reverse engineer the path. Step 1. Define the outcome. What does your life look like 7 years from now? What does success look like in finances, health, relationships, skill, or impact? Step 2. Identify the categories of growth required. Skill sets to develop. Habits to master relationships. To nurture resources. To accumulate challenges to overcome. Step 3. Break it into yearly phases. Year 1. Foundation. Learning, building habits. Year 2. Early traction. Skill development. Consistent progress. Year 3 to 4. Expansion. Scaling efforts. Growth. Year 5 to 6. Optimization. Systems. Refinement. Year 7. Fulfillment and legacy. This map is your compass. Review it monthly. Adjust it quarterly. Part 4. Design strategic plateaus. Plateaus are not pauses in progress. They are strategic holding patterns, built into the system to allow for consolidation, recovery, and clarity. Every 60 to 90 days, schedule a short plateau. 1 week with reduced output. Time to review, reflect, and realign. Evaluation of goals, systems, and energy levels. Adjustments based on what is actually working, not what you expected to work. These plateaus are where long-term thinkers catch their breath. They stay sharp by checking their direction, not just their speed. Part 5. Install the system into your identity. Now that you have the tools, you must internalize the identity. You are not just someone chasing success. You are someone who is daily. I build with endurance, not desperation. I execute with rhythm, not panic. I trust the process because I've designed the process. I move with discipline because I respect the destination. I rest without guilt because I'm in this for the long game. This is how you become someone who outlasts the noise. This is how you make execution a part of who you are, not just what you do. Part 6. Integration challenge. 30 days. For the next 30 days, begin installing long-term strategic execution into your life. Create a 7-year vision map. Break it down by year. Highlight your current phase. Design a weekly rhythm that reflects your current capacity. Include peak effort days, flow days, and recovery time. Schedule your first strategic plateau. Choose a week in the next 90 days for review and recalibration. Conduct your first full weekly audit. Note your wins, losses, and what needs adjusting. Adopt a daily recovery ritual. Treat it as part of your success system, not a bonus. This is no longer about potential. It is about systematic transformation. Final words for Lesson 8. This is where it all comes together. The discipline paradox is not about working less. It is about working smart, sustainably, and with precision over time. You now know how to respect your energy, read the early signals of burnout, design controlled rest, build in cycles, protect momentum, and anchor your life to a system that will carry you for years. You are no longer chasing highs. You are no longer running on fumes. You are moving like a builder, like a strategist, like a force that cannot be stopped because it never burns out. Let others sprint into exhaustion. You will rise with discipline. You will endure with clarity. You will win with time. To the returning GrimFace warriors, thank you. You already know what this is. You've chosen the path of pain, purpose, and power, and you keep showing up, scarred, sharpened, and unshaken. To those new to this fire, if you felt something here, something real, this is your call. Subscribe to the GrimFace movement. This isn't motivation. It's war prep for those who refuse to die ordinary. We don't follow trends. We don't beg for comfort. We rise. We build. We endure. GrimFace is not just a channel. It's a mindset. Welcome to the resistance.